Thank you very much.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Manager Marty.
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Manager Marty.
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you
very much.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Manager Marty.
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you
very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew, I welcome each and every last one of you to another edition of Roll the Tape Podcast with Manager Marty. I am your host, Manager Marty, and we're going to have a great show today. I want to say that the title of this live is official, like a referee with a whistle. Oh, it's official. And we have to deal with it. We got to deal with it now. But we have to talk about some other things before we get there. I salute everyone that's acknowledging me in the chat. Salute back to you. If this is your first time on this broadcast live and live in color, I encourage you to do two things. Like this video, this live broadcast, and also subscribe to the channel. You will receive two things that I can guarantee and assure you that you will enjoy, and that is education and entertainment, because those are the two things that I produce on this channel. So I appreciate all of you who are returning viewers. Like it, like the broadcast, subscribe if you are a returning viewer and you haven't done so yet. Come on in. Don't stand halfway in the door, because on the East Coast, it's a lot of snow on the ground, about 3 or 4 inches. But it's cold out there, 27 degrees. So if you stand in the middle of the doorway, you're going to let the heat out. Yeah. Don't just try to peek in and see what we talking about. Come all the way in. Have a seat, shut the door behind you, and enjoy yourself now. Come on in. We getting right into the show. I'm excited about being here today. This is a beautiful day. We're going to talk about the sport of boxing. We're going to talk about the business of boxing. Y'all know I'm going to drop the link and fly that link out. I'm going to fly the kite out. Link going to go right into the chat so we can have a panel discussion on the topic at hand today. This is going to be an awesome show. And I see the chat is already lighting up as the viewership is increasing exponentially. But before we even talk about any boxing, we have to first do our Town Watch check-in. And if you are new to the channel, let me explain to you what our Town Watch check-in is, what it represents. Brief synopsis, here we go. The Town Watch check-in, which is very, very unique to this channel. You won't find this Town Watch check-in nowhere else. So I'm glad that you're here with me today. The Town Watch check-in is an icebreaker, and it is my way of publicly acknowledging that even though we share different geographical locations, we still have one thing in common. And by me acknowledging the geographical locations that we all represent, which are different, it is a foreshadow of what's going to happen on the broadcast today. What I mean by that is, very simply, just like we live and reside and are from different geographical locations, we also maintain different perspectives, different opinions, and different points of views. But by the end of this broadcast, we can all rhetorically acknowledge that we share one thing in common, and that is our love for the sport of boxing. So, how this works is very simple. If you're here live joining us, you can insert your geographical location in the chat. It can be where you are from and or where you reside now, any city, any state, any island, and or any country. We accept all geographical locations. You are all welcome. And then in exchange, I will publicly acknowledge you. And then we're going to get on with the show. You ready? Okay, now, if you are a viewer watching the live on the replay version of this, you can also participate in this portion and segment of the broadcast by inserting your geographical location in the comment section below. And guess what? When I see it, I am going to publicly acknowledge it in the comment section. You ready? All right, we got to get the energy flowing. See, when we do the Town Watch check-in, let me tell y'all what happens. What happens is the air fryer just start warming up and the energy levels increase as well as the viewership. All right, let's get it popping. I'm going to start it off first. I'm representing the DFW area, Arlington, Texas. Stand up. Yes, let's go. We in the building. Mansfield section, Tarrant County to be exact. And I'm also representing by way of my hometown, the city of brotherly love. Yeah, I'm talking about the great city of Philadelphia. We call it Philly. Y'all can call it Philly as well. We are in the building. We also have Ohio. Dayton, Ohio is in the building. Come on, y'all, let's check on in. Don't look around. Don't look around. You here. Don't worry about who coming in late. They'll be here. Long as you here, you can go on and check on in. Come on and check in from the 609 Atlantic City, New Jersey. Member and supervisor of the Roll the Tape film crew. Member of the channel. I got to double salute him because this is a part of his perk. Biz on the beat. Who else we got in here? Let's check on in. Yeah. Seattle, Washington is tapped in, ready to cook. Let's go. Let's check on in. Ohio in the spot all day. Come on, let's check on in. New Orleans, Louisiana is here live and living color. Come on, let's check on in. Who else we got in the building? Austin, Texas is here in the building. Come on, man. Boogie Down BX or B Next. Yeah, I'm talking about the Bronx. Boogie Down Bronx is in the building. Shout out to New York. Who else we got in here? Orlando, Florida is here with us, live checking on in. Huh? St. Paul, Minnesota just walked in. Just walked right in the building. We see you. Come on, let's go. You know I'm going to bring that heat like I'm from Phoenix, Arizona. And Phoenix, Arizona just pulled up in the parking lot. About to walk right in the building. I see you, Chris. Come on, let's check on in. Ooh, let me tell you something. I'm talking about it's cold out here in Philly because we got 3-4 inches of snow out here on the ground. Let me tell you something. It ain't colder than where AJ just pulled in from. I'm talking about Illinois. Yeah. Illinois just checked in. Yeah, I see you. Illinois is in the building. Yeah. Let's check on in. San Diego, 619. Home of Archie Moore, the Mongoose, is in the building. Yes, indeed. Baltimore, Maryland just checked in by way of the hometown team, the Baltimore Ravens. Yeah, I see you. Come on in. Huh? Come check on in. Yeah, we about to get this show popping. Let's get it in. Let's get it in. Who else we got in here? Can I get one more check-in before we move on? Can I get one more? One more check-in. Yeah, I don't want to lose the audience. Stay right here and don't move. Stay right here and don't move. Can I get one more check-in? Yeah. Houston, Texas. And it's cold out there in Texas. My people already done put me on already. BX just walked in. Huh? Boogie Down Bronx. Come on, let's go. The Windy City is here. I felt the breeze soon as boat ride. Listen, soon as boat ride came in, ooh, I felt that breeze. Huh? Chicago is in the building. Come on now. We also got the 216 Cleveland checking in. 216 Cleveland, home of the great, one of the greatest, if not the greatest managers of all time. Yeah, I'm talking about the great Al Haymon. Cleveland, Ohio just checked in. Huh? The home of one of, if not the greatest promoter of all time. Don King. Yeah. Chesapeake, Virginia just pulled up in the parking lot and walked right in the building. I see you. Yeah. It's listen, man. Can't complain now. Can't complain about the weather because guess what? AJ told me it was 3 degrees in Illinois right now. Lord have mercy. 3 degrees. Ooh. I'll tell you what, AJ 64. If you invite me to Chicago while it's 3 degrees, I guarantee you, Manager Marty, you come to your city and heat it up. Because the air fryer is warming up. You hear what I'm talking about? I come to your city and warm it up. You know how I do when I go live, I warm it up. Yeah, they call me a janitor. Yeah, they say a Rod from Houston, Texas. They say a janitor Marty and furniture Marty and janitor Farty. All these little pet names that they want to give me on YouTube. You know what the janitor do, don't you? You know what the janitor do, don't you? The janitor come and clean up the mess that's on aisle 3. Yeah. When you go to Walmart and they say spill, clean up. Aisle 3, yeah, they calling me the janitor. They done messed around and gave me a name that basically describes who I am. Yeah, they try to use it as a shot against me, but I'm going to turn it and spin it around on them to let them know, thank you. Yeah, you called me a janitor? You're right. See, you use it to tease me. Yeah, I'm going to use it against you. It is a whole lot of messes here on YouTube. That's why the janitor got to come and clean it all up. Yeah, I clean up all the mess. Yeah, that's why they scared to come over here. A boat right. That's why they scared to come over here. Asante L know what I'm talking about. They scared to come. They got all these pet names for me and they do all these sneak disses, but they scared to come talk to me. They scared to come right over here and just have a little dialogue with me. Oh, yes. They don't want to be set on the hot seat. That's why they scared to come over there. And we're going to leave them right where they at. Can I get one more? We're going to move on with the show. Can I get one more? One more check-in real quick. Huh? Yeah, come on. Somebody tell me where you at. We got Hey, we got to acknowledge. Come on, Andre Noble. We got to acknowledge the people now. Can I get one more check-in? Man, we're going to have a crazy show today. Because you know why? I see some heavy hitters in the chat. Ooh! Air fryers warming up. Yeah. Can I get one more check-in? We got it. Thanks, Thomas. Bronx in the building. I see you. Boogie down, Bronx. BX or B next. You better believe it. Ooh, CEO just walked in. Hey, CEO, drop where you from so we can start the show, my brother. Look, I already knew he was going to do it. Albany, New York, in the spot. And I know it's cold up in north of New York. I know it is. Right next to Buffalo. Yeah, Flint, Michigan is in the building too. Come on, man. We got everybody here, man. We got everybody where you at. Hey. See? CEO Sense is telling y'all it's snowing something crazy today. It's just snowing all over the place, y'all. Chef Curry just walked in from the 757 Pete Town. I don't care what city, state you are from in America. If it's cold there, all you got to do is turn on the Roll to Tape podcast, and I surely will guarantee your city gonna warm up, huh? Yeah, you better not have heat problems. Yeah. Your water heater better not be going out when you got the Roll to Tape podcast on, because you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna heat up your whole house when you turn this on. When you turn this podcast on, I'm gonna heat up your whole house, even if your heat not broken. So turn your heat down just a little bit. Because when you got this podcast on, woo, I heat your whole house up. Know what I'm talking about? You don't need no fireplace when you got this on. As the viewership is increasing exponentially. Let's get on with the show. I'm doing way too much talking. Hold on for a minute. Y'all know I got the show minds. I show mine. Yeah, I show my face. Yeah, they don't show theirs. Yeah, I show mine. What's up? How was y'all weekend? Everybody's good? I missed you all yesterday. Yeah. Yeah. I wish I could have came on yesterday. Had to take care of a few things. Had to get some chilling thing on. Dang, it's 0 degrees in your city right now, Boat, right? It ain't 0 degrees no more. Because you just turned on the Roller Tape podcast. It ain't 0 degrees no more. We heating this thing up. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How was y'all weekend, though? Yeah, I tell you what my weekend looked like. I was watching that Better Beef fight. Huh? Ooh-wee. Did his performance look... Man, I got to speak on it, man. Did his performance look enhanced or what? We need answers. His performance looked enhanced. To me. Now, the man already showed y'all with this atypical finding that he had raised levels of HGH, that he had raised levels of testosterone. But because they said it wasn't adverse, because they said it wasn't an adverse finding, the show was able to continue. I done told y'all what atypical means. It means irregular. Not average. Something wrong, we just can't put our finger on it. I don't know where detail that. Somebody's AJ64 said, where's detail boxing? I don't know. He might come through here. I'm not sure. You know, I don't know when people come on. I just let people just come on. You know what I mean? But Arthur Better Beef obviously secured the fight from what we all were told previously to the fight that he had Saturday night with Caleb Smith. Arthur Better Beef is now going to be fighting, allegedly, he's going to be fighting Dimitri Bivol in Saudi Arabia in a unification bout. Man, I mean, listen, we got to deal with the facts now. We have to. You know, just looked enhanced to me. I'm talking about to me. I can't speak for nobody else. For me, Better Beef's performance looked enhanced to me. His performance just, Caleb Smith hit him with some punches now. Don't forget now, Caleb Smith, what was his record? 29-1 with 21 knockouts, or 28-1 with 21 knockouts? He had 21 knockouts before this fight, Caleb Smith. So it's not like he don't have a little bit of power behind him. But guess what? Caleb Smith ain't really, you know, on the level of the elite fighters. You know what I mean? Because he's in his 30s. You know what I mean? He did good in his last couple of fights now. I got to give him credit. But at the same time, he hit Better Beef with some punches. And, you know, Better Beef had a lot of punch resistance. You know, and I'm not implying anything. I'm just telling y'all what I saw. So that's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? But, you know, hey, Better Beef did what he was supposed to do. Now, this is the interesting part about all of this when we talk about Better Beef and fighters like Better Beef, when we talk about testosterone. See, we got to deal with the realities. You know what I mean? We got to deal with it. Man. Like, think about it. How old is Better Beef, y'all? I know the answer. I just want to see if we all can engage today in the chat. How old is Arthur Better Beef? One number start with a 3. What's the second number? Let's talk about it in the chat, y'all. Let's talk about it now. We got to deal with it. Because we know what that testosterone do. Give you that muscle mass. Give you that strength. You know what I'm talking about? Yes, he is. Everybody in the chat is talking about it. 38 years old. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on now. You're 38 years old and you improving low testosterone. I want to know at 38, why is it low anyway? I'm no expert in scientist. I don't know too much about the human body. I'm just asking a question. Yeah, I'm just asking a question. We need answers. Yeah. You darn near 40 years old. But I mean, I just want to know. See, that testosterone, it increased that muscle mass. That's what it does. Huh? Speaking of muscle mass, let me speak on this. I want to speak on it right now. Because I said it before and I'm going to say it now since we're on the topic of muscle mass. I just had a question about that. You know, they say Devin Haney, let me reframe that. Devin Haney confirmed it himself, that within 24 hours, he gained 25 pounds. He weighed in at 140 pounds, okay? And he was asked about rehydrating 25 pounds of an increase to a total of 165 pounds on MMA Hour. I played that small little clip, okay, when Victor Conti was here in the second interview, okay? Now, the interesting thing about all of that I haven't heard too many people speak on, but I'm going to speak on it again because I already said it before and I'm going to say it again, is that not only did Devin Haney increase his weight to an additional 25 pounds within 24 hours, but he also maintained his muscle mass. Since we're talking about muscle mass, did y'all see that? I'm just asking a question. Did y'all see that? It's typical to gain between 15 and 20 pounds within 24 hours of rehydrating. That's typical. But that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that the young man gained 25 pounds within 24 hours and he maintained his muscle mass. The man's body was cut up like a bag of dope. Did you see it? See, I'm not trying to insinuate. All I'm doing is pointing out observations and evaluations. Y'all can go ahead and conclude what y'all want. Now, I know he said he drank a lot of water, so that was a lot of water weight. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm talking about maintaining that muscle mass. And it was increased muscle mass as well. See? We need answers. I told y'all 2024 is the year of truth and evidence. When we speak truth, we must present evidence, especially when we're talking about the environment of doping and anti-doping. Yeah, ain't no more people giving their words no more. Did y'all see my video that I published earlier? Some of y'all didn't even get a chance to see my video I published earlier on Alicia Bumgardner, because they said that she's clear now. No, she's not. She's not vindicated. She is not vindicated. No, she ain't. No, she's not vindicated. Thank you, Biz on the Beach said he saw my video earlier I published. She's not vindicated. I don't know who told y'all that. Alicia Bumgardner is not vindicated. It's very simple. Now, somebody can say, Manager Marty, how can you say she's not vindicated when the WBC told everybody in a public statement that it was inconclusive whether or not she intentionally consumed performance-enhancing drugs, the same drug that she tested positive for on July 12th? Well, it's very, very simple. It's extremely simple. The WBC laid out some conditions and terms of her probationary period because they gave her a 1-year suspension on defending the title. From the time she tested positive on July 12th 2023, all the way to July the 12th, 2024. Now, here's my question. If the WBC was able to quote unquote clear and vindicate her, then why did they issue a suspension? Thank you, Creole saw it. And also, with that being said, why didn't she dispute that? Yeah. Now, we know Alicia Bumgardner went on her Twitter account and she said, thank you, Jesus. And then she said a weight is lifted off her shoulders, which is cool. All I'm saying is, I told y'all this before. I'm going to tell y'all, let me tell y'all again for the new audience that's here. Remember, I told y'all something that I used to tell this woman that I dated years ago when she used to have hissy fits, temper tantrums, based on assumptions that she had in her own mind, right, about me. And you know what I used to tell her? Innocent people don't want to go to jail, let alone guilty people. Why you think guilty people flee law enforcement? Why you think guilty people are always hiding after committing a crime? Because guilty people don't want to go to jail. And neither do innocent people. Thank you, AJ64, for watching that video that I published earlier today. Why am I bringing that up? Because when you are innocent, you got to fight for your reputation and integrity. Now, in the court of law, watch this, how it's the difference. When we're in the court of law, some people make out-of-court settlements and they are actually innocent. That's true. We've seen it time and time again. But when you are in the court of public opinion and you do not have the court of law that's subpoenaing you and accusing you and alleging that you committed an offense, you're going to go hard for that innocent. You're not going to accept any penalty when you're innocent, especially when you can prove it. So all I'm saying is, if Alicia Bumgardner can prove it, she wouldn't be suspended today. And let's say she did prove it. Let's say she proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. But guess what? Apparently, she was okay with being suspended. She was okay with it. Because once the WBC rendered their statement and their verdict, you know what she said? She said, thank you, Jesus. She said, a weight is lifted off of me. She didn't say, WBC, I'm not accepting any penalty, not even serving 1 day of a suspension because I did nothing wrong. Let's talk. If we're going to talk about this topic, let's talk about it. Hey, Dre, tell your man to come over here and tell me that. That was for Dre that's in the chat. He said another content creator said I'm a clown. Tell him to come. Tell him to come over here and tell me that right here. Yeah. Tell whoever, yeah, that's your man. If that's your man, go tell him I said, go back and tell him. Man, Jamarty said go over his channel and tell him that. I bet he won't. Okay then. So let's move on. And guess what? I met the man in person. I walked up to him. He didn't say I was a clown when he was in my face. Not saying it was going to be nothing. I ain't no gangster, no, I ain't none of that. I'm just saying, when I seen the guy, he didn't call me a clown to my face. Huh? If he did, I would have told him, I respect your opinion. That's what I would have told the guy. As long as he ain't, violate me physically, it's all good. You know what I'm saying? It's all right. It's only YouTube. But you know what that guy did, Dre? When I did see him, let me tell you what he said. And let me show you what he did. He said, you doing all these videos about me, talking about some relative When that man did roll the tape in my face, oh, I knew I had him. AJ64, I knew we had him, bro. That man said, you all talk about something, roll the tape. I was like, no, this man did not do my move in my face. Got him. They all admire me, man. It's just flattery. That's why I don't take it personal. They calling me a clown because they don't have nothing respectful to say. That's all. That's all it is. Yeah. Anyway, back to my point about Mrs. Bumgardner. She said, thank you, Jesus, on Twitter. She said, a weight lifted off my shoulders. That's your response after getting suspended? You're supposed to say thank you, Jesus, when you're fully vindicated. When you don't have to suffer any penalties because you did nothing wrong. So if you have evidence, remember I told you this is the year of truth and evidence. When you speak truth and present evidence when we talk about doping and anti-doping, everything is going to be all right. But apparently the WBC is not too impressed. So she never came out and said that she is going to appeal the verdict of the WBC suspended her. That's all I'm saying. I know what I would have done if I'm innocent and the sanctioning body tell me we're going to suspend you for a year. I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to appeal the process. Yeah, the burden of proof at this point is on me because I'm innocent in this scenario. Wonder why? Because a substance entered into my bloodstream. My blood and urine was tested, and my test came back positive. See, what I always tell y'all, what do I always tell you all? I always tell you all that performance-enhancing drugs do not, what? It do not haphazardly enter into your bloodstream. Something has to occur for that to happen. Now, if you're going to thank Jesus and say a weight is lifted off your shoulder based on you being suspended an additional 6 more months, have at it. But we need answers. In fact, we need answers from the WBO. We need answers from the WBA. We need answers from the IBF. We need answers from the IBO. We need answers from the sanctioning body in Michigan, which is the Michigan Commission. And we also need answers from the Association of Boxing Commission, the ABC. Some of y'all don't even know who they are. I'll explain to y'all and educate y'all about who the ABC is at a later time. My point is the ABC has still listed her as suspended indefinitely. So apparently the other authorities involved are not convinced. So I just wanted to put that out there to reiterate the video I published earlier. We need answers. Alicia Bumgardner is not fully vindicated. Arthur Bitterbeeve is not fully vindicated. The man had raised levels of HGH and testosterone in his system at the age of 38 years old. I don't care if they call it an atypical finding. If his levels were above the threshold of the testing protocol, he's not innocent and vindicated. What are we talking about here? Oh, come on, Manager Marty. Now you starting to hate on Bumgardner. Come on, Manager Marty. You starting to hate on Bitterbeeve. You hating Manager Marty. This is what they're going to say now. This is what people already have said. Well, I got news for you. His typical finding was suspicious only because in 1 week, his findings were atypical because he had the raised levels of HGH and raised levels of testosterone. And then nearly 1 week later, when he was tested again, he had no raised levels of HGH and raised levels of testosterone when we know that there's a short life window of HGH that already left his system by the time they came back the following week. Come on, this ain't rocket science. Now, I'm no scientist. I am no expert on this. I'm just using common sense based on what we already know about these PEDs and the differences between injecting them in your navel and injecting them through an IV, like EPO. I know what that is, but I wanted to ask Victor Conti what it was so I can educate the audience through the expert. And you heard me say to him, when you inject it in an IV, it leaves out of your system after 19 hours. And he confirmed that. I do my homework. I've been studying this for years. Some of y'all late. And before I got on YouTube, people wasn't speaking on this. Before I got on YouTube, some people were scared to talk about snack program and Victor and all this stuff. But we here now, and we have to deal with it. We got to deal with what's real. Oh, come on, man, Jamarty. Alicia Bumgardner, she's cute in the waist. She's cute in the face and thin in the waist. So what? What's your point? We don't care about that. Looks don't have nothing to do with this. We want to know, as boxing fans and the boxing community, who is clean and who is not. That's what we don't care about all, because you know why? We have to spend $60 to $100 every time we invest our resources and time in pay-per-views. We just want all the fighters to have an even playing field. That's all the boxing community asks for. We don't ask for much. It's not about whether somebody is cute or not cute or attractive or unattractive. None of that's important. Now, if somebody don't want to speak on it, that's on them. But we are not going to be biased because of our favorite fighters. We're not going to be biased because someone's attractive or not. We're not going to be biased because of somebody's popularity. We're not going to be biased based on someone's financial status. No, we're going to speak the truth, and we are going to honor those who are living in integrity in this business and in this sport. That's all. That's all it is. There's nothing wrong with that. We don't ask for much. We just ask for an even playing field. What's wrong with that? I think the name of the drug she took, Marlo, was metrodolone. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's something like that. You know what I mean? Double salute to my guy, a member of this channel, and supervisor of the Road to Take film crew, Fort Greene Pharaoh. Just walked in the building. I see you. Yeah, we got my other guy, family in the building. Mr. Pragmatic, double salute to you. I see you. Day one supporter of the channel. Yeah, we here. Yeah. We here now. We got to deal with what's real, y'all. That's all I'm saying. One love to everybody that's acknowledging me in the chat. I see you. Salute to y'all. Double salute to everybody that's acknowledging me in the chat. Appreciate the love. Appreciate y'all coming through. Yeah, so it don't matter if Alicia Bumgardner is attracted to some men. She might not be attracted to other men, but what difference does that make? We want to know, is she clean? And we also want to tell everybody in boxing that your word is not good enough without evidence when it comes down to the environment of doping and anti-doping. That's all. We got to keep it real. Yeah, you're going to get that when you come here. Somebody's sending me something. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes, indeed. Why y'all mentioning that man name in the chat? Let's talk about that man. That man don't want to come over here. Yeah, you know I do. Who that, Papa Gun? Of course. You better believe it. Here's the thing. All I'm doing is pointing out the obvious facts that go over the head of some people. That's all I'm doing. You know? I mean, who else is going to do it? Because before I got on YouTube a year ago, I haven't seen too many people doing it. But I'm taking all the heat for it. You know what I mean? But it's all good. We got to stand for something, or you're going to fall for anything. All I'm saying is we pay a lot of hard-earned money, you know, between $60, at the least $60, ESPN Plus and DAZN. At the bare minimum, $60 per view, all the way to about 90 plus. I didn't even include taxes in both of those transactions to watch fighters compete. So we got to come together and make sure that boxing is on an even playing field so that the fans of boxing won't get robbed of our time and in our resources, and protecting the preserving and protecting the integrity of the business of boxing. So yes, somebody told me in the chat, they said, don't blame the boxers, blame the system. Because the system allows them to do what they do. Nah. Now, we ain't doing that. Everybody is to be held accountable. The boxers are to be held accountable first. Why? Because it's their body. You're allowing substances, whether they're banned or not, whether they're illegal or illegal, to be inside of your system. That's the conscious decision that you are making as an athlete, legal or illegal. So the boxer has to be held accountable. Now, the system has to be held accountable as well. Thank you, Fort Greene Pharaoh. It wasn't, I don't know what, I don't even remember the substance that I said, but Fort Greene told us in the chat, hold on, they just bounced off. Mestorolone. That was the name, Mestorolone. Mestorolone was what Alicia Bumgardner tested positive for. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Yeah. So yes, the boxers have to be held accountable first. It's their body. The doping agents or the anti-doping agencies that are testing them, they're testing them because it's their bodies. Is the system flawed? Apparently so, according to Victor Conti. He was up here. He told us in 2 different interviews that I conducted with him 1 week apart. He said the testing is not foolproof. There are flaws associated with the testing protocols. That's what he said. So we're going to talk about it on this channel. Why not? Now, the title said that Terence Crawford owes Al Haymon a public apology, and he does. And I'm going to tell you why, and I can't wait till I fly the kite in the chat so we can deal with the panel that's going to come up and give us their verdict on that. Yeah. I heard Lomachenko is fighting Kambosos in the next couple of months for the IBF title that Devin Haney vacated. That's what I heard. That's right, Mr. Pragmatic. Let's talk about that while we on the topic then. I told y'all, I know what I'm gonna do. Don't wait too much talking. That's why y'all, that's why y'all here. I got to roll the tape, and I'm gonna do it right now. There was a question that I asked Mr. Victor Conte, right? I asked him a question. And the question that I asked him was regarding random testing. Once again, this flew over the head of some people, because once I published this excerpt of the interview, the question I'm talking about, and he gave his answer, most people that were in my chat were not even given their assessment or evaluation of the video that they saw. Instead, they start throwing shots at me, discrediting me, dissing me. And I'm like, yo, look at the video. Don't put me on the spot. You know what I mean? I'm not the guest. Victor Conte was the guest. I asked him a question. He gave an answer. What's your take on it? What is your assessment? Don't use the comments section to go fire all these shots at me. I did nothing wrong. My day one supporter just gave the first super chat of the evening. He's setting the tone for some more super chats that we're going to get this evening, because we need support on this channel. We need your financial contribution, and I double salute everybody that's going to later on. I'm going to publicly acknowledge you as soon as you do. We need your support on this channel, and I thank you for providing your support and your contribution, especially to my day one supporter, my guy, Mr. Aaron Muhammad. Aaron Muhammad says, salute, Manager Marty. At the point, we consider ourselves adults, we should longer form opinions that are not based on actual facts. As adults, we should work to be more responsible. I totally agree with you, Aaron, and you raised up a good point. Absolutely. And I try to make sure I regulate that process in the chat on this broadcast in the beginning before we start with our Town Watch check-in. Now, let's get on to what I asked Mr. Victor Conte that may have flew over the heads of some people when we talked about random testing. Thank you, Mr. Pragmatic. I have to find it. Give me 1 second. I found it. Oh, yes, I did. All right, let's go. Since we're talking about random, hold on. Double salute to my guy, my friend, family, just all over the building, representing ATL metro area. Double salute to him. Day one supporter, Mr. Pragmatic. Thank you for your contribution and your support. Support for the channel. Thank you, Mr. Prag. I appreciate it very much. Now, I see Columbus, Ohio just stepped in the building. Now, I'm going to play you something since we're talking about, testing and vindications, right? We had a fight going on this weekend. This is where we getting at. Arthur Benavidez, y'all seen what happened to him? All week we had to deal with the testing and typical findings, and then Alicia Bumgardner situation yesterday, where everybody's saying she's vindicated. She's saying she's vindicated. All kind of crazy stuff been going on in the past week. So that's why we're dealing with it again here. This is an excerpt of what I asked Victor Conte in the second interview. It's published under the title, I'm exposing what barn door is open. That was a direct quote from Victor Conte himself when I asked him specifically about random testing. But before I do that, I have to double salute my guy, member of the channel, supervisor of the Roll the Tape film crew, Fort Greene Pharaoh. Pharaoh says VADA and USADA should have even testing fields. I totally agree. In fact, I believe both should come together. I think both of them should come together. Per fight, per fighter. Both of them should come together. But one, USADA, let's deal with some facts. USADA is funded by Congress. and they follow the WADA code. That's why they are considered code signatories on WADA's website. I also mentioned that to Victor Conti as well. And VADA is voluntary. They are a nonprofit organization. I had a question on that. Victor Conti said, where's the money going to come from? I asked him about that. 365, 24/7 testing. And you know what he said? Where's the money going to come from? I have an answer. It's very simple. VADA is a nonprofit organization. And not only that, but they are a 501c3 tax exempt nonprofit organization. So the answer to the question of where the money's going to come from, this is not just the Victor Conti, this is for everybody. The answer is very simple. The money's going to come from the same methods and resources that other nonprofits use in this country of America. You raise capital. Duh. You're a nonprofit organization. You raise capital. You raise funding in exchange for the donors receiving a tax deduction. This is why the IRS issued you the tax exemption in the first place. Am I making any sense here? Yes. Now, let's get back to the frequency. Since we're using the words random. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
Prohibited substances.
So back to my original question. When we talked about the frequency, and we talked once every 10 days, and of course the frequencies have to be more than that.
And the number of tests that are being performed, and it goes into the word you asked about, stringent.
Stringent, right? And yeah. we talked about VADA actually saying on their website 8 weeks standard-wise. I'm going to use your term standard-wise. 8 weeks prior. So
it's like a sticker on a car in the window. Right. When you go up and they say, well, here's the standard for this car, but we've got all these extra things. We're going to 12 weeks, therefore it's going to cost you more money.
Right. So now that we have established that, where let's say 8 weeks prior is the standard, in negotiations it can go 10 to 12 weeks, and then of course everybody would know that because payments have to be issued. And then you're saying stringent, which is the frequency in once every 10. When we hear all these numbers as just fans of the sport of boxing, this doesn't sound random. Definitely to me, it doesn't sound like it's random because they're telling you 8 weeks prior to a bout, you're going to be tested. You use the word stringent. Let me finish real quick, Vic. You use the word stringent, but we also have you educating us. In 2011, I wrote the tape back and you heard yourself speaking on it and you said you stand by it, and even today, where someone can use EPO and manipulate this whole system that we're talking about. How is that random or at least unannounced?
I would say that it's better than no testing, but is it foolproof? No, it's not. Why?
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? I need the chat to come back because y'all talking about people that ain't got nothing to do with this topic. People, other content creators, they ain't on my level. They talking about this and that. Let's stay focused here because I don't want nobody to get lost in translation. Because what's going to happen is when this live go off, people that's not paying attention, I'm talking about the haters and detractors, what's going to happen is they're going to go in the comments section and they're going to spit all of this inflammatory remarks and derogatory remarks about me and not listening to the facts. Y'all heard what he said though real quick? Did y'all hear his response? I asked him a very basic question. And I want to reiterate it right now. Thank you, Mr. Prag and Aaron. I'm going to reiterate it right now. If VADA's website, I see you, Creo. If VADA's website, right? If VADA's website is stating 8 weeks prior to every bout, testing is going to begin. And according to Victor Conti, the most stringent testing for VADA is once every 10 days. So if the boxing community is well aware of stringent testing of once every 10 days, if the boxing community is also equally as aware of 8 weeks prior to your bout, you're going to be tested, how can VADA place on their website this is unannounced testing? And how can we keep on hearing the words random if everybody is aware of when the testing is going to take place? You might not know what time is going to come in, but you sure know that once every 10 days, the most stringent VADA testing is going to start. You know 8 weeks prior to the bout, testing is going to start. How is that random? How is that unannounced? And Victor Conti's response, did y'all hear his response to my question? Did what he said. There was his response to that question. Not my words, his.
I would say that it's better than no testing, but is it foolproof? No, it's.
We've heard enough. It's better than no testing. But we got him on Twitter using the words random testing. We have Victor Conti, him, on Twitter saying stringent testing. This is the anti-doping agency that y'all sent on this channel? You talking about him? I'm not judging the guy. I'm just asking a question. He's on Twitter. I can pull it up where he says Terence Crawford and Errol Spence underwent 8 weeks of stringent testing. That's what he said on Twitter 2 days after the fight. But then I caught him several months before the fight in May, tweeting that it was 12 weeks of testing. And that 365 days and 24/7 testing is applicable to Terence Crawford because he agreed to it. Only if Errol Spence agreed. We need answers. See, y'all don't want to deal with the real. But we deal with it over here. This has nothing to do with Victor Conti. This is the system I'm referring to. But it does have something to do with him because he's the anti-doping advocate. And he keeps advocating for everybody to go through VADA. So now he's got to go up in the bunch with the rest of them. Because people have been manipulating the boxing community, lying and omitting the truth about random testing. So the question becomes, is there any such thing as random testing? Because it don't sound random to me. Especially when I rolled the tape back and played an interview that Victor Conti was in February of 2011, before VADA was even officially founded, before the organization even started. He produced evidence of EPO banning a cyclist system, knowing that they will be tested 8 weeks before the cycling event, knowing that once every 10 days is the most stringent testing. They could basically have EPO in their system. And by the time the testing begins to be administered, The EPO won't be in their system because of the short half-life window. And then guess what happens after they're tested? On the day of the cycling event, that cyclist, that professional athlete will still reap the benefits of the EPO on the day of competition. Sounds like that's what's happening in boxing today. Whether it be EPO, whether it be insulin, whether it be IGF-1, LR3, whether it be EPO, whether it be HGH, this is what's going on in boxing today. And I'm the one that cracked the case wide open. So y'all can't get mad at me. Hey, I didn't bring this up. You see, I started the trend when I said the snack program works. This is deeper than that. So y'all don't even know. We play chess on here. We don't play checkers. We play chess on here. This is a chessboard on this thing here. So we got the answers we were looking for. So now, like I said before, we need answers. Double salute to Gregory Quarterbaum. Thank you for your support and contribution to the channel. Gregory says, regardless of who you are, vindication does not, nor has it ever included any punishment. You are absolutely correct, Mr. Greg. He's referring to the statement that I made about Alicia Bumgardner, where she said she's not guilty and she's vindicated and the weight is lifted off her shoulder. That's what she said on X, formerly known as Twitter. And thank you, Jesus. Well, if you was fully vindicated and you were not guilty, then you wouldn't have to serve a year suspension. In fact, the ABC still have her listed as suspended indefinitely on her box rec. In fact, the Commission of Michigan, the state that licensed her for her last fight where they held the event at, they still haven't come out with a verdict yet. Not only that, but the IBF, the IBO, WBO, and the WBA, you know, the sanctioning bodies who she represents through being a title holder, they haven't come out yet with a statement or a verdict. So we got to deal with what's real. So no, Alicia Bumgardner is not vindicated. That's all I have to say about that. And now with that being said, let's put the kite where it belongs. Yeah. Y'all know where the kite belongs? In the chat. That where it belongs at. Double salute to 2 Cents Boxing, member of the channel, and supporter and a supervisor of the Roll the Tape film crew. Thank you so much, Creole the Traveler. I appreciate it. You know I cracked the case. Thank you. God is awesome. We need answers. Now I'm flying the link in the kite because I know that people want to talk about and discuss the title. Yeah, the title. You know what title I'm talking about, don't you? It's in the title of this video. Yeah. Terence Crawford owes Al Haymon an apology. Yeah, he does. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. Let's deal with it. All right, we have.
What's good with you, Marty? Can you hear me? What's good with you, Marty? Is my sound going in?
Yeah, we back. I was saying, hold on one second, detail. I want to let Mr. Greg on as well.
My name is not.
Hey,
I'm
band
sorry, I
up.
meant to say band up. I'm saying detail to you because you got me thinking about detail. My fault, band up. Hold up one second. Let me fix
Oh, he
the
don't want none
layout.
of this. He don't want none of this.
All right, we got
I'm trying
another.
to tell you.
Mute your device real quick, band up. I gotta give Veronica her flowers right now. Double salute. Veronica, thank you for your support and your contribution to the channel. Veronica says, Mr. Marty, if any fighter don't want to talk to you, they are suspect of enhancements. I have to agree with you. I mean, Veronica, here's the thing. I'm not running around here saying, I'm an anti-doping advocate. I am running around here saying I'm the prosecutor. I am running around here saying I'm the preacher. I am running around here saying I'm the professor, and I am running around here saying I'm the promoter. So why wouldn't these fighters come on up on the Roller Tape podcast and give us information, educate us on what's going on? Sit down on that seat and let Manager Marty ask you the tough questions that the other content creators are scared to ask, and some of them getting paid off anyway to hang around. You know what I mean? So they won't ask certain questions. But the bottom line is this. Come on up on a Roller Tape podcast. See, we have to give Victor Conti credit where it's due, Mr. Greg. The man came up here, whether it was unexpected or not, whether he didn't want a hostile environment or he did. The bottom line is the man came up here and he gave us education. And that's all the others have to do. If they on a snack program, come on and let the fans ask you questions. If you on Memo Heredia's program, come on up here and let us ask you some questions. If you on Alex Ariza's program and whoever else had a shady past, we need answers. If you are a boxer and you tested positive for a banned substance, come on up here so we can ask you questions and educate us so that the fans, the members of the Roller Tape film crew, what you call that there, what I always say, the members of the jury can vindicate you. See, when I say members of the jury, I'm not talking about the court of law. I'm talking about the court of public opinion. Come on up here so that we, the boxing fans, can vindicate and clear you. You know what I mean? But we just need an even playing field. We got a whole panel of guests. Thank you again, Veronica, for that. We got band up here, Mr. Greg, Shahid L. Man, the thing is, I got to speak on this while y'all all up here, and then we're going to get to the topic at hand. Alicia Bumgardner sounds like she is satisfied with accepting a penalty and punishment for being suspended when she says she's innocent. Mr. Greg, can you explain this to me, bro? I'm confused.
No, I cannot explain that. When you get accused of anything that you didn't do, I'm wholeheartedly, you go to war, no matter what it's going to cost you. Because if you take it, I get sometimes you get in trouble, you go to court, you take a plea bargain, blah. This is not that. This is what you do for a living. This is how we know you. This is what your reputation. Now, if you're willing to take a hit on your reputation, that's one thing. But if you're saying you didn't do something and you still accepting the punishment for doing something, and then you're going to say, where are you vindicated at? You can't, if you wanted to, you can't fight for a year. If you look on the site, it says you're indefinitely suspended. So what that means to anybody who's looking, you done did something and you might not be seen again because it says indefinitely suspended. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So maybe you praising, thanking the Lord or what have you, that you're not actually behind bars. Maybe that's what you're doing. and I'm just being funny on that, but it doesn't make sense that you're willing to take a hit for something you didn't do. There was nobody else involved that I'm aware of. You wasn't standing there and there's 5 other people there and you just decided you're going to take the charge for the other 4 or anything of that nature. So no, it does not make sense. And that's why I said, regardless of who you are, whether I like you or not, don't take punishments, don't take hits when you didn't do something. You're not who are you protecting? Because you're the one who has to fight. You're the one that's trying to get this big fight, I believe. And you done pushed yourself further away with that situation that you're in, that you're accepting.
That's a very good point, and that's the point that I was trying to drive home. Band up, since you came up here as well before Shaheed, and I want to get Shaheed's a point on this. Alicia Bumgardner is running around saying that she's vindicated, she's not guilty. The WBC gave her a suspension. She also has to be suspended for an additional 6 months, which will total an entire year from the last time she tested positive, which was in July of 2023. One of the other conditions, Mr. Greg, and I have to point this out, of her probationary period is that she is going to have to use her own financial resources, her own money, to make sure while she's under this suspension moving forward that she pays for her random, quote unquote, random testing regularly until the suspension is up to prove that she is a clean athlete. Band up, what's your take on all this with Alicia Bumgardner?
That's a lot. But if she got to do it, she got to do it. Like Greg said, anybody gonna take no hit. I mean, think about it. Even outside of boxing, John Jones per se. You know what I mean? Like they try to say that John Jones was juiced up for a fight or whatever the case may be. But even to this day, like whatever it was that was in his water, what he said it was, like that's where however they found it. Whatever like number graded system that they use, if they were to use that same graded system today, it wouldn't even be like illegal what that they found back then or whatever, a couple, you know what I mean, all them years ago. So he's like, you know what I mean, we should get that, you know what I mean, just abolished, just, you know what I mean, just straight off the fact that whatever you guys are trying to find, it didn't even help me back then, and now you guys got new technology and knowing that it ain't gonna help me now, whoever gave it to me back then, you know what I mean, whatever the case may be, you know what I mean, I don't know how I got into my system, somebody gave it to me, that's pretty much what he was getting at. You know what I mean? So I don't know. But if like he said, ain't nobody that don't. It's like when you, all right, we all men up here, right? So we all know if we go into jail, you know what I mean? We say we all in the tank, and that one guy walk up in here for murdering his whole family or whatever. No matter what the 4 of us did, we ain't did nothing like that, so we automatically gonna be looking at you different. And if you didn't do that, I guarantee that dude's gonna try to clear that up ASAP before he sits here too long.
That's understandable. Shaheed L, are you there, sir?
Yes, peace. I'm here. How y'all doing?
Peace, my brother.
Peace. How everybody doing?
I want to ask you about the situation. You know, people have been telling me, you know, leave this topic alone. You're doing too much when it comes to this Alicia Bumgardner. Fall back. You're being too harsh. Don't speak on it. The young lady is thin in the waist, cute in the face. You know what I mean? So they don't think it's right for me to speak on it. And some of these other content creators, they might not speak on it. But my thing is with you, I mean, what's your take on all of this? With her saying that she's vindicated now, the weight was lifted off her shoulder, and the bottom line is she hasn't been fully vindicated, but she's walking around like she is. She hasn't proven anything just yet. But what's your take on all this, Shaheed?
I'm thinking that Alicia Bumgardner, it got something to hide, and I don't know why they would tell you not to speak on it. It's kind of like you taking the layers off the onion, because we know who she's connected to, and she connected to the snack program, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know if she's connected to the snack program during the last couple of fights. I did hear that she was on the snack program like in the past, but I don't know if it's for the last couple of fights. I'm not exactly sure.
This needs to be addressed. It goes back to what you said previously, you know, with not only Mayweather saying that, you know, they need to clean up the sport of boxing, but in all sports, they cheating in all sports, you know. And Alicia Bumgardner, her last opponent, she beat. I seen the post that you had put up earlier, you know what I'm saying, when you broadcasted that live. And it's like, if you vindicated, I'm going to fight if you're accusing me of anything. Like Gregory said, you know, I got to address that situation at hand because you're accusing me of something that I didn't do. I'm not accepting any suspension for anything, especially if I'm not guilty. You know, so yeah, it needs to be spoke about because it needs to be brought up. You can't. This is not something that you can sweep up underneath the rug, especially in boxing, because you got two opponents in there that are dealing with, you know what I'm saying, physicality that can hurt one another. So if she's juicing or she's got something, well, we know she had a banned substance in the system. So for her to do that, you know, she needs to be held accountable for her actions, and to accept a year suspension and not say nothing about it, saying that you're vindicated. Who vindicated her exactly?
Just the WBC basically told her that because of the findings were inconclusive, meaning they don't know if she intentionally consumed it or not, but they're looking at it like she most likely did not. But the thing about it is that's even more confusion, because if the evidence is inconclusive on her end, then they would not have suspended her if she was rendered all the way innocent. It would be no point of her accepting a suspension or even getting one. So apparently the evidence is inconclusive. WBC really doesn't know, basically. That's why the other sanctioning bodies, the IBF, IBO, the WBA and the WBO, the Michigan Commission, or the ABC, none of them even gave a verdict yet.
So you mean to tell me that Clarissa Shields can speak about it, but you can't? Clarissa Shields went live and was talking about her behaviors and the way that she was acting. You know, I mean, she went live publicly and said, you know, I'm not saying that she's done anything, but her actions and her characteristics show, you know, actions of a person that's on steroids. You know, the way that she's acting. So Clarissa Shields can speak on it, but you can't. Why can't manager Rhoda Tate Marty speak on it, but Clarissa Shields can? What gives her, you know, what gives her the right to speak on it and you not?
I mean, I don't know, but my response is we're going to deal with what's real. So whatever has to be done, do what you got to do.
How many times did you hear about what she looks like, Marty, in terms of the criticism you're speaking of?
I've heard it at least 12 times already. That's
what I believe is centered on why she's doing that. They're highlighting what she looks like, her physical beauty, I guess, if you want, and they're trying to use that as a shield. How could somebody who looks this good be this cute and fetching in boxing ever be accused of cheating? So that's what I think is sort of rooted in by how she looks. So I think that's what they're trying to use as a smokescreen, so to speak. But again, as everybody has said, regardless of who you are, you can be cute. There's a lot of cute people that have gone to jail and been found guilty of doing stuff that they should not have done. You could even have the gun in your hand, right? I'm sorry, I didn't say. I should have said weapon in your hand, and whether you fired it on purpose or not, you had it in your hand. And how did you get it in the first place? So you can't say I've been vindicated just because I didn't mean to shoot you or whatever. I'm just using it as a metaphor. And so she has to look at that. I hope she looks at that, because you're not vindicated. I know with my mother, if she's gone, she would have said what I just said. Did you have a gun in your hand? I don't care if you didn't mean to. You're still wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me get these 2 super chats real quick, and then we got NHA Tube up here on the panel as well. Double salute. I just told you she's a member of the channel and the supervisor of the Roll to Tape film crew. 2 Cents Boxing. Put some color in the chat. She's encouraging each and every last one of you to financially make a contribution to support this channel. And we also have Chef Curry. Double salute to Chef. Chef Curry says he's adding to the color with the check mark. Thank you for your contribution and your support. Chef Curry, my guy. NHA Tube, are you there?
He's muted.
Oh, he's muted. Hey, take your stuff off.
Yeah. My fault, yeah.
Can you hear us?
I don't even know what the topic is.
NHA2.
I think he got to mute whatever's going on in his background.
Oh, I know exactly what's going on. He's another Terence Crawford fan. Y'all know what's wrong with his service.
Hold on. Marty. Yo, Marty.
Huh?
Right. I got you.
Hey, I don't know.
All right, hold on. There you go. The Boost Mobile.
We can't be talking about no Crawford fans if your man's gonna show up.
You got it.
Look at that. I can't even spell boost.
Hey,
It sounds too much like boots.
I got you. Hey, NHA, I mean, you've heard everything that's going on with Alicia Bumgardner. I mean, what's your take on everything so far, my brother?
I mean, she's just dealing with the repercussions of whatever went on with her testing. I can't even call it either way, so it's original reports is she was tested prior to the fight and she popped clean but popped dirty after the fight. I don't know, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. Is that what happened? I heard it was like 2 separate testing or whatnot. I could be wrong. I don't know. But there was a lot of shenanigans going around with the testing protocols, and so.
And Marty, they asking for your cash app.
Huh?
They asking for your cash app in the chat.
There you go, right there on the screen. I'm working on it. Trying to get faster here with my fat. You know, I'm trying to get faster. Double salute to my guy Bear24. Thank you for your super sticker and your contribution and your support to the channel, Bear24. Really, really appreciate it. We also got another super chat by the member of the channel, Roll the Tape Film Crew Supervisor, my homegirl, 2 Cents Boxing. Double salute to you again, 2 Cents. She says, pretty privilege let you get away with cheating? That's the question that 2 Cents Boxing asks. Let's see if we can render an answer from my guy, BBO Boxing, who just came through. BBO, what's going on, my brother?
He muted too.
BBO, are you there?
He's on mute. He probably doesn't know to take himself off mute. Didn't Mia St. John's get popped for PEDs back when she was boxing as well? If y'all remember who that is?
BBO.
I don't know who that is.
BBO, you there?
Hey, how's your family, Greg? Man, I was praying for him.
She's you know, I'm still on edge, but you know, she's getting better. I'm hoping it continues. Thank you for asking, though.
Hey, what's going on,
man?
Hey, BBO, you there?
He's on his. I can see it. He's on his microphone. Is muted.
I can't unmute him. He muted himself.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't unmute him because I really want to get.
Hey, Marty, man. Hey, Marty. I don't think your man's coming through.
Huh?
I said, I don't think your man's coming through. I wore my special, you know what I mean, Seattle, you know what I mean, C-Town for detail, you did?
What's going on with you, man? Come on, what's going on, man?
Oh, it ain't me.
Why are you waiting for Marty? Do you remember Mia St. John's?
Huh?
Do you remember Mia St. John?
That's an athlete.
She was boxing back in the time of the first wave of women. She was the pretty one. Do you remember her getting busted for PEDs as well? And they glossing over it?
Yeah, she was an athlete. Yeah. Oh, somebody asking for the. Hold on, we got a lady in the chat.
She said get BBO off. That might not actually be him.
Huh?
Just 2 Cents said get him off. It might not be him.
That's him. No, that's him.
Oh, it's him?
No, that's really him. That's BBO for real, real. That's really him.
Something must be wrong with his phone then. or whatever device he's using, because it still shows he's muted.
Well, while we waiting for BBO, we're going to give him a few minutes before, because I don't want to hold the whole panel up. I got to take my glasses off, Mr. Greg and Banda. Where's my water at? Yeah, I got to clear my throat, get my R&B voice on. We have women in the chat.
R&B voice, huh?
Hold on, BBO.
Oh, there you go.
I got the,
There you go.
whoa, BBO. Hold on, B. I got to talk to the ladies, BBO. This is what I do. This is my ravishing Rick Rude moment. All right, fellas, step to the side. This message is to all the ladies that's out there watching me live and live in color, and the replay of this live all across the world. In the chat, I want to let you know this, because all the men, they love when I do this, and some of them be hating, ladies. They do. Not the guys that's up here, but the other ones that can't get your attention. They be hating on me. So that's why I tell them to step to the side, because this message, ladies, I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, this message is for you. I salute you, queen. Yes, you, baby. Don't you look around looking at the other women. I'm talking about you. Thank you for your support, your contribution with your time, your financial resources to this channel. This channel can't grow without the finesse of the women, because you know what y'all do, ladies, and this is what I like about y'all the most. When you come into the chat, you are so gracious. You come with so much class and dignity, and it makes some men who are emotional embarrassed. And it's all because of you. Ladies, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I mean it. And I want to let you know right now that Mac Marty is in the building. Y'all know what to do, how to reach me. Come on now, y'all know what time it is. You know I had to put that in there, Mr. Bragg. You know what I'm talking about? Listen, the ladies know that I'm a gentleman in everything I do. You know? Now, speaking of this, BBO Boxing, you're here with us. You see, I know that you are a big fan of Alicia Bumgardner, brother. I know that's your girl. I know that you like her, bro. But we got to keep it all the way 100. What's going on with her, BBO? What's your take on it, bro?
Hey, you know, I got to be careful because she'll try to run down on me, man. I say the wrong thing. Because she's from Detroit, but
she from your home. She from Ohio, right? Born and raised, right?
yeah, she's from Limor originally, but she kind of made her bones in Detroit. She's from the east side of Detroit. But hey, I don't know about the whole, you know, steroids or anything like that. I know if she fought Clarissa Shields, she'd probably stop her, though. That's for sure.
What?
She probably stop her, man. You know that.
You mean Alicia Bumgardner might stop Clarissa Shields?
At 147, yes.
Man, you talking like you on the juice now, bro. What are you talking about, man? If she stops Clarissa Shields, she's on something, bro.
Mr.
Ain't
Greg,
no way she's going to do
that, Mr. Greg. You saw he
Say
did
it
that?
again now.
Mr. Greg, now you know. You saw he tried to attack the black man and said he's on something. You saw how you did that? Ain't that crazy? We've been dealing with this for 400 years, man. And you know Marty's a West Indian, man, so you want to attack me because I'm an Asiatic black man. You see, he was quick to jump on me, man. He was quick.
I'm black, man.
Mr. Greg, man, get him, man. Mr. Greg, the West Indians, man, you got to get him.
I'm not Indian, man. I'm black, man. I'm 100% black. But BBO, she tested positive for a banned substance. And of course, obviously, it's inconclusive. They don't know which way to go with it. So the WBC gave her a suspension for an entire year. And she had to pay for her own testing moving forward to get tested periodically. I mean, she's saying she's vindicated, but she still have a suspension. None of the other governing authorities of boxing rendered a verdict yet. All this been going on since July. We already in January. She tested for a banned substance. How should she handle this situation moving forward, in your opinion, BBO?
You know what? One of the things I will say, and I've said this behind the scenes, her getting with Tony Harrison, I think, was a mistake. We all know Tony Harrison as a drug cheat. We know how his camp runs around. And I think, and to be honest, if you notice, Alicia started looking like Tony, no gas tank, you know, wearing down early in fights just like he would. So I think her with that whole Tony Harrison thing, I get the love, but I think that's been a crucial mistake. And this speaks exactly to that, you know, her having her whole career, her first time in her career, she was with Tony full time, she pops up dirty. So that just ought to tell you what kind of bad influence Tony's been, to be honest with you.
You mean Tony Harrison, the boxer who's training her, right?
Yes, I think he's been terrible for her, man. I really do. I really do.
This is the first time I ever heard that Tony Harrison used performance-enhancing drugs. I've never heard that before, BBO.
Yeah, he tested. Well, I don't know if people count it, but he tested positive in the amateurs for using PEDs. So I don't know if that still count. You know, people have selective memory if they like a fighter or not, if it count. I mean, he's no
Wow.
TSC Malopez or nothing, but you know, hey, we'll see.
I never heard that. Well, that's new news to me.
Yeah, I can see you the article, man.
Oh yeah, please do, because wow, that's crazy. I've never heard that
You got
before.
to keep it real, Marty. I know
Because
you're
you
gonna
know
keep it
what?
real.
Huh?
I said, well, you got to keep it real, Marty. I know you gonna keep it real.
Oh, of course. I didn't know, but what I do know is that Alicia Bumgardner's last 3 fights, to me, have totally been enhanced, including the fight that she had with Michaela. Not Michaela, well, Michaela, yes, but the girl, what's her name? Elam. I commentated on that fight. She knocked the girl down twice in the 3rd round. And I looked at that fight. I was commentating live on this channel, but I was looking at that. Looked suspicious to me. But her performance overall, the last 3 fights. You know, listen, if I'm gonna do the last 3 fights with Pacquiao, well, I did the last 10 fights with Pacquiao. I've been researching him for years. But my point is, the last 3 fights with Terence Crawford, the last 3 fights with Devin Haney, the last 3 fights with other fighters, she ain't no different. And her last 3 performances have been enhanced, in my opinion. Okay, because when she first went to fight for them 2 titles, you know, against Terry Harris, who was 11-0, that was the first time she TKO'd anybody with a winning record. And then, of course, after that, she fought a fighter who wasn't, you know, on her level. And then the next 3 fights, obviously, was enhanced to me. In fact, her body transformation looked different to me as well. You know, so I'm not saying that she was on something before she tested positive, but I can tell you, I'm talking about illegally when I say on something illegally. Let me clarify that. But her performances was enhanced, and I saw the body transformation as time progressed. And so, you know, it's just unfortunate right now, but we got to talk about it. You know what I mean? Well, let me say this too, because Uptown just made an interesting point, and I forgot earlier to say this in my video that I published. I meant to say this earlier, but I forgot. But Uptown just reminded me in the chat that Victor Conti said, if you are not using steroids, but your partner is using performance-enhancing drugs or steroids, and you have sexual contact with them, meaning intercourse, it's a strong possibility that you, the person that's not using PEDs or steroids, can contract the results as well. I don't know how true or false that is. I mean, he's the expert, so until proven otherwise, we would have to take his word. But the bottom line is, it don't make a difference of how she got it. Now, if somebody says she's having sexual contact with another athlete who's using, I can see that. But the thing is, that doesn't mean anything. When I look at her last 3 performances, she looked enhanced. Her performances looked enhanced. Whether she's, you know, having sexual contact with somebody or not, I don't get involved in people's. We don't even deal with that on this channel. But I'm just saying, either way it happens, you know your body, and you know when your body is doing things that are different. And if you don't know something that's in your body or your system, but it's doing something different, why didn't you go get checked out? You understand? Why didn't you go get evaluated if it was all like that? But we know for a fact that there are things that need to happen to vindicate Alicia Bumgardner. And her words is not good enough in this environment. We need proof. BBO, this is your first time here in 2024, and I've been saying over and over again from now on in 2024, fighters that are saying that they're clean, especially in the environment of doping, when their name is attached to it or they're aligned with suspicion, they need to provide us with truth and evidence, not just their words, BBO.
I mean, that's very true. I think you know what, I got to be honest. The landscape of boxing has changed tremendously over the past few years because good, bad, or indifferent. I think there's been way more substances used than normal. Derrick Rose spoke to this in an article some years back at ESPN and said if people knew how powerful PEDs were, you know, performance enhancing drugs were in the NBA, they wouldn't watch. So I mean, it's just across the board, man. The athletes are bigger, stronger, faster. Of course, they're gonna be the same way in boxing. So we're seeing some amazing performances where we didn't see some of these performances years ago. So it's kind of a catch-22 because I'll be honest with you, man. The boxing that we've been getting has been sewage, and I'll be honest, man. I really like if you watch. I hate to be the guy to say about what the past was, but it's almost like boxing as a whole is kind of getting a little bit worse every year. Where you got more and more guys fighting once a year, maybe twice a year. And it's just like, if I hear another fighter say my timing was off, I'm going to do a backflip, bro. If I hear another fighter say that, man. Hey, Mr. Greg can tell you, it wasn't like that. I said, if I hear another fighter say that his timing or her timing was off because they've been off the ring for a long time, I'm going to do a backflip because it's like, no, duh. Why are these guys not fighting? I don't understand what's the holdup, in my humble opinion.
I think I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I think a great deal of it, and we touched on that, but I don't want to go too far if I get off track. But a great deal of it is money. Great deal of it is money. Everybody has seen it's possible, if nothing else, to get one fight and get a huge payday if they're in position. Most of the time, you have to be in the position where you haven't lost. So how do you set yourself up that way? Probably because you're going to take fights that are most likely the fights that you're going to win. And you get moved in position where whoever's at the top of the line or whoever's at the top of the food chain who can generate enough money for you to get that big, if you're not the person yourself, where you're going to get that big payday. And every fighter, it appears to me, are trying to put themselves in position. They're moving here, they're moving there, so they can say, I'm this side, I'm the A side, I should get this amount of money. And then they're asking for it. And eventually some of them will get it. But to do that, you're not having those fights where it's really, you're on the edge of your seat. Oh, he gonna get there, he gonna get there, he gonna get there, because he's taking those really substantive fights that shows what he's about. And you'll say, yeah, he deserves to fight the top guy. For instance, I think Benavidez, even though he had some little issues with one time he lost his belt, et cetera, I think he has put himself in a position where he's taking the fights that were substantive for him to be in a position to fight Canelo. And you've seen what Canelo did. He purposely asked that they allow Mugia to be in position to take the fight that Benavidez should rightfully have right now. So I think that's
Canelo might have an excuse for it. He might have a legitimate excuse that most people don't want to bring up, but I'm going to bring it up right now since you mentioned it, and we're talking about anti-doping and doping. David Benavidez, he has a man with a shady past in his corner, and I'm talking about Angel Memo Heredia, and we can't ignore that fact. So some people might look at guys like him, or guys guys and ladies that's on the snack program, or guys and ladies that's on Memo Heredia's program, and say, you know what, I don't want to fight them because I don't know, if they're doing anything illegal, because they got two cheaters in their past that they're associated with. I'm not making excuses for Canelo or anybody else.
Right.
I'm just saying that David Benavidez, I remember a time where his performances was enhanced. I actually spoke on it on this channel a long time ago, and I can give you a reference when he fought Gavril, who was a part of Mayweather Promotions. He fought him twice. In the first fight, he lost. Gavril did a tremendous job. It was a really, really good fight. In the second fight, I thought Gavril won it, but it is what it is. But in the second fight, he went and got Alex Ariza in his camp. David Benavidez did, and he looked like a totally different fighter. in that second fight, and he dominated Gavril. In fact, he busted his face up. You know what I mean? And then from there, he had some subsequent fights with Alex Ariza. And then, of course, now he's been with Memo Heredia. We know about Alex Ariza's history as well as Memo Heredia's, just like we know about the snack fighters associating themselves with Victor Conte, and we all know his history. So I don't know why Canelo is showing hesitancy or reluctancy to fight Benavidez, but don't forget, they all from Mexico. So they know exactly, and so is Memo. So they know exactly what's going on and how they busting it down in Mexico, because even Victor Conte came on this channel and even he said it. He talked about, there are substances that are undetectable in Mexico. They're undetectable here in America, but you can actually go to Mexico and buy it and purchase it over the counter. You know what I mean? So we don't know what's going on, but I can tell you that David Benavidez, his performances have been enhanced. Like I said, I'm not saying it's illegal.
Canelo,
I'll
I
say
get
this.
what
I'll
you're
say
saying, but
this.
Canelo has already once been suspended for his behavior.
I was just about to allude to Canelo testing positive for clenbuterol. See, we got to deal with all the facts when we talk about this thing here. BBO, you was gonna say something? Oh, I thought BBO was saying
I think
something.
he did, but I think he stopped. But I was just saying that when he was saying why the fighter, I thought one of the biggest reasons, and the whole issue of who's enhanced and who's not, who has these histories can play a major part, but it's also the money. Money and what drives boxing, period, is money anyway.
Yeah.
So if I can get my guy to do this, do that, so we can cash out, so to speak, sometimes, or have a series of big money fights, a lot of times, those issues, for whatever reason, come up. And we're talking about Alicia Bumgardner, going back to her, and Tucson did say what I was thinking too. The pretty privileged part is very prevalent for her. It's very possible because there are other avenues based on what she looks like she can find herself in as a boxer. That's why I brought up Mia St. John's.
Yep.
Because you remember Mia St. John's was in Playboy on the cover.
Yes,
she was in the sexy type of commercials, and they could also play up that she's also a professional boxer. So that's why they kind of glossed over when she got popped. I forgot what it was, but it was something that she was using because she had been tested for, and she was in the time of Layla Ali, the coal miner's daughter, Veronica Sims, that first wave of females who were trying to make some noise at that time. So, and they babysitted her. So I think what they're possibly trying to do with Alicia, okay, yeah, that happened, but let's gloss over it. So she may still get to keep whatever other avenues of revenue that she's going to get that doesn't get hurt. That's what I think is happening. That's why she's doing the whole thank God thing.
I understand. D-Town Boxing, are you there?
He muted. Oh, he back.
Sure, right.
All right. Well, I know it look like you're eating right now.
Yeah, it look like you're having steak.
I just wanted your quick synopsis on your take on Alicia Bumgardner. I mean, people are telling me not to speak on it because she's cute in the face and thin in the waist. But she tested positive, as you know, in July of 2023. And then after she tested positive, 9 days later, something happened where she wasn't positive anymore. Sort of like the Better Beef situation. The bottom line is she tested positive. She's running around on social media and she's saying that, she's vindicated. All because the WBC said the findings are inconclusive to them. They don't know if she tests dirty or not. They don't know if it was basically illegally consumed or not. They're leaning more towards that it wasn't. But then again, they're not sure. So what they're doing is they're basically giving her a suspension for a whole year, which is an additional 6 months, and she has to pay for her own testing moving forward while she's on probation to basically periodically get tested to make sure she's on the up and up. I haven't seen anybody this excited like Alicia Bumgardner for being punished. I haven't seen it, especially if you're innocent. What's your take on everything, Detail?
I mean, it's self-explanatory. You know, all we need to do is just wait for all the information. I don't think that they would have did everything that they're doing to her if she were not guilty. So evidently they have some kind of suspicions of her being dirty or whatever the case might be. If she was not guilty, they wouldn't be telling her to pay for drug testing. She wouldn't be suspended. So evidently they know something. They have enough information to gather to say we need to do these things to her. So to me personally, we can't do them away until we get all the information. But as it stands now, I mean, they probably leaning more toward her being guilty than not being guilty.
And Marty, didn't you say you just said it, but I'll just repeat it. She also has to pay for her own testing for the next year or so?
Right. I just said that. Yep, that's a part of the WBC is basically saying, since you're going to be suspended for 6 more months, in that time frame, you have to pay for your own testing, which is obviously through VADA because she's a part of the clean boxing program through the WBC as a title holder. She has to pay for her own testing. They didn't tell us when or how or whatever, but in other words, that's their way of her proving to them that you are a clean athlete or you will be a clean athlete and you won't test positive for any more banned substances, especially while you're on probation before we lift up your suspension from the WBC. But it doesn't matter because the ABC, the Association of Boxing Commission, still have her suspended indefinitely. And then the Michigan Commission, they didn't render a verdict, and neither did the other sanctioning bodies who she hold the title for. So
couldn't that also be seen as a fine? Like you get probation, but you still fined, whatever, because they're saying you got to pay for it to prove to us. So you got to come out your own pocket. So that's one more punishment to me that you're receiving. So that's why I said vindication doesn't do all that to you. You're suspended. You're going to be listed everywhere as indefinitely suspended. You got to pay for testing. And you can come back to us to see if we're going to do it again. So
the thing about it with the WBC, and I have to point this out, to my understanding, the WBC invests $10,000 of their own money for the fighters of the clean boxing program. Now, I don't know how often they do it, but they do it. So in this case, they're basically sound like they're saying they're not going to do it at all for her. She has to do it on her own. Mm-hmm. So that's interesting to me.
Poor pretty baby.
Yeah, but we don't hold no punches on no pretty babies over here. She wrong, and she got to deal with what's real, Mr. Greg.
Pretty baby can't get no money right
now. She wants you to put that Mac Marty on.
Huh?
She wants you to put that Mac Marty on and give her a pass.
I'm putting the Mac Marty on right now, holding her accountable. That's what all men should do. Hey, that's man. Hey, listen here. Now I got to give a spiritual principle now. That's man's biggest problem in the world. I said world, not just in the country. Man's biggest problem in the entire world is not holding women accountable. That's our biggest problem. It's from Adam all the way into us. And we got to do what we got to do as men and hold women accountable. Nobody gets a pass when they're wrong. And now I'm not saying that men and women should be held accountable with the same approach. I'll give you a classic example. Let's say if my son does something wrong, my approach to my son is going to be extremely sterner than how I communicate with my daughters. You understand? Right. I can raise my voice at my son, and I can hit him. I don't want DHS watching, but y'all men, fathers understand what I'm talking about.
I see what you're saying. I know it.
You know what I mean? But with my daughter, I can't approach them like that. You understand? I don't put my hands on my daughters and yell at. My approach is different, but I'm still holding them accountable when they're wrong. So it's the same thing with a woman. You know what I mean? But right now on the Roll to Tape podcast, Alicia Bumgardner, she ain't my lady, so she gonna get it the same way Crawford and whoever else can miss it. They all gonna get it the same way.
Yeah.
Were
That's
you
a
in
proverb. That's a proverb as well, by the way. Proverbs 6:25. As you said from Adam, you know what I'm saying? That's the Proverbs in Proverbs 6, chapter 6, verse 25. Never be mesmerized by a woman's beauty. And you spit a jewel by saying that, you know, these women don't want to be held accountable, let alone men don't be holding these women accountable. They be on scent mode. You know, they be on that down on bending knee mode, you know? So, yeah, they need to be held accountable, like you said, bro.
And here's the great thing about women, because I know women are watching me live and live in color all around the world. Women love to be held accountable. They don't want a man keep telling them yes, 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 baby, yes, baby. They want to be told no sometimes. They want you to show them that you are a leader, that you are a man, that they don't have to lead you and them at the same time. They want a man to show them leadership and knowledge. And so all I'm saying is we got to do our due diligence as men, and we can't say, oh, because Alicia Bumgardner may be cute or whatever like that did, that she's held it. Because guess what? When Franchise Cruz, when her performance wasn't his, when she fought Shadisa Green, I think that's her name, Shadisa Green, when I was on this channel, what did I say? I said her performance looked enhanced. Now she is with the snack program, and she took the titles. You know what I mean? From that, you know, the young lady she fought was undefeated. I held Franchise Cruz accountable, just like I'm doing Alicia. Ain't no difference. And I'm not saying that to say that one's attractive and one is not. What I'm saying is they both are women. That's what I'm trying to say. Speaking of women, we have Veronica Victor. Double salute to you again, Veronica. Thank you for your support and contribution to the channel. Veronica says, boxers may not like this subject killing their win. I agree, Veronica. And that's why we all want a clean sport, because every time a fighter is associated with either PEDs or with somebody who is a known cheater, unfortunately, their wins will have an asterisk next to it, according to some fans. You know what I mean? So we got to deal with it. And you're right, Veronica. Sometimes fighters don't want to deal with this because they win, but then all of a sudden, when it comes out that they test positive, they get embarrassed because the win, to me, it should be taken away. And if they win a title, that should be taken away. Like right now, the WBC suspended Alicia as if they finding some kind of guilt on her part, but they did not strip her of her title. Now, I don't know, but I know that means when she comes off of suspension and she start competing again, they're going to get a piece of it. You see? So we got to make sure it's right. Huh?
I said sanctioning fees because I didn't realize that point about not taking her title.
They didn't take the title.
Right. I didn't realize that.
You suspended her.
That may be very well why she's saying it as well, because she still got her title.
Of course, because here's the thing. If the WBC strip her of her title, now they have to put the title on someone else to gain the sanctioning fee. But you have to put it on a woman who can sell tickets. You understand? See, because 2% and 3% looks different when you're paying a woman $200,000 compared to paying a woman $20,000. It looks a little different. So if we keep the titles on a person that we know we have history with of selling good tickets, who's thin in the waist, cute in the face, who's bombastic, who knows how to do a good press conference, who jump in other women's faces and be all rah to sell the tickets, then we're gonna let her hold the belt. You know what I mean? And still be able to compete. It ain't personal; it's just business. Now, I'm not accusing the WBC.
Right.
I don't want Mauricio Suleiman to see this and think I'm trying to imply something. All I'm saying is that they didn't suspend her and take her title at the same time. They suspended her, but she was able to keep the title.
Say, Marty, you gonna have him in your chat right next to Victor.
And guess what I'll tell him to do? Come on up here.
Hit the link.
Yeah, that's right. Hit that link. I got some questions I need to ask.
You got some questions for him too, Marty?
Huh?
You got some questions you need to ask him too, Marty?
Oh, yeah, of course. And the thing, what I want to know is, why y'all keep creating these new belts? That's what I want to know. Every year we get a new belt from y'all. Now, how many champions y'all gonna have? That's all I want to ask you.
Everybody gonna be a champion.
Yeah.
Champion waiting for a fight.
So now let's get to the topic of the discussion. I'm going to give the people what they came here for. Of course, I believe that Terence Crawford owes Mr. Al Haymon an apology. But before I get to that, D-Town Boxing, are you there? I think D-Town he's gone.
He's muted.
He's muted.
He's there. He's just muted.
I'll turn it to Shaheed L. Oh, there you go. D-Town, you there?
Yeah.
Real quick, what's your take on the tweet? We're going to get to Al Haymon in a second. What's your take on the tweet that Terence Crawford said about the Green Bay Packers running through the Dallas Cowboys just like he ran through Errol Spence and there was no excuses for injuries? That was a tweet he said. Sounded like it was very disingenuous to me. What's your take on it? Then we're going to go to Mr. Greg Bandup and then Shaheed L.
Well, I mean, it's football, you know what I'm saying? So there's nothing wrong with fans, you know, talking back and forth about football. You know, I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan, but I haven't watched the whole game of the Dallas Cowboy none this season, not even a whole quarter. You know what I'm saying? We actually built the Dallas Cowboy Stadium and Blue Star. But, you know, football fans, there's nothing wrong with back and forth. But when he started talking about the injury and all that, you know, 1 minute they talking about we need to stick together. And I have no problem with war words, fight words. That's all good. But when you start talking about injuries and all that kind of stuff, or it's like you trying to shoot a person down or whatever behind an injury. Look, an injury is an injury, and you have to take that stuff seriously. You know what I'm saying? It's not a playing matter. You know what I'm saying? That's just like when some of the Crawford fans was joking and stuff about when Earl Spence had the wreck in his car. That's not a playing matter. You know what I'm saying? So as far as talking about football, I have no problem with that. You go back and forth with that. But when he started trying to shut down, talking about that, I guess the Dallas Cowboys had an injury or they didn't have an injury, whatever the case might be. But you have to go back into where Terence Crawford was talking about, hey, you know, we got to stick together and all this kind of stuff. And people saying that Terence Crawford don't down other fighters and all that. But, you know, you got Terence Crawford shooting shots at people and all that. So, like I said before, I understand fight words. I have no problem with that. But when you start talking about, you know, meddling people with injuries and stuff like that, that's on a whole nother level. You know what I'm saying? So far as him talking about football, I have no problem with that. But if he's trying to belittle the person behind the injury, I have a problem with that. And even if it come from the Earl Spence side, you know what I'm saying? If you saying something about a person injury, I don't condone that. You know what I'm saying? Now, I know we was making jokes about the eye and all that kind of stuff, whatever, but that was not an injury. Earl Spence actually had an injury, you know what I'm saying? Or had a car crash and people was making fun of that like it was some kind of joke. But, you know, you got to take that stuff seriously because that was life or death. You know what I'm saying? So that's the difference in between me talking about, you know, them talking about football or talking about an injury. If he was trying to, you know, make fun of Earl Spence's injury. If that was the case. If it wasn't, then I have no problem with it.
All right, we got it. Mr. Greg, I mean, what's your take on that tweet from Terence Crawford?
Well, surprise, surprise. I don't watch football. I stopped watching football when Calvin Hill was playing, and you know how long ago that was. Some of y'all weren't even born. So, so that's how far away removed I am from football at this point. The reference that he used, I could see where it could be somewhat offensive, particularly if you're taking shots at somebody who's actually physically hurt. You know what my feeling is about Spence and what his behavior has been. I don't even want to get into the car crash because he could have been killed. I wouldn't wish that on anybody, nor would I ever make a joke about it. Nor should, and if if Bud was doing that, shame on him for doing it. Basically, I'm a Bud fan, but that don't mean I can't criticize him as well. If he was doing that, shame on him. If he was criticizing somebody who could have been killed, and even if he's just talking about the recent injuries, I believe he believed it was just a excuse, some so to speak. But I also believe both fighters are showing their frustration. And I know we're going to talk about that later, but they both are showing their frustration in all that has been taking place before and since the fight has been over with. They're reading everything. As we said, they are human. Sometimes their response is from hurt feelings. You know, you read enough stuff about you that hurts your feelings, you're gonna say something. I know both of them have done this. And we as fans, sometimes we're not concerned about what we say. We may not mean it to hurt somebody's feelings, but we may be careless in our use of words. Sometimes we're not as measured as we should be, even in criticism. And so I think Terrence's response wasn't as measured as usually his response aren't well measured in the first place. And that's how we can misinterpret, or that's why we can still say some things about him because of the way he responds to things. But I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a whole bunch of frustration. They just lashing back out, and it's coming to us as fight fans, whatever side you're on, and we're responding like, why are you doing that? Why are you saying that? That doesn't make sense. Did you realize that man could have been killed or something of those natures? And we've seen this before. So I wish that both of them would take a break. I know it's hard. Get off the internet. Get off your Facebook. Get off your Instagram account, because it's now driving you crazy. You're starting to do stuff that I'm an older guy, so even sometimes I see stuff like, okay, I don't want to read this stuff no more, because it will have an effect on you psychologically. We read about kids, I know I'm getting a little off the subject, who done committed suicide from stuff that they see, people saying stuff to them. It gets to them, and they coming up in this age, and that's how they communicate and say stuff. So you can imagine a 30-year-old, 35-year-old guy who fights. He's seeing fans saying, you're dirty, you're no good, you're talking about your wife, talking about your kids, and then you respond in a way because you're lashing out. And I think that's what probably some of what Bud did. He lashed out, and he should have just, like we're saying for both of them, let that go over your head. I know it hurts your feelings. Let it go, because you're going to say something and you're going to amp it up, because we don't really, people don't know you. They might not like what you just said, and they're going to shoot back. So that's how I see that tweet. It's just a matter of it's fans. They responding to fan stuff, and they're not responding too well, in my opinion.
Okay, band up. I'm not sure if you saw the tweets or not, but if you did, Terence Crawford made some remarks about the Green Bay Packers running through the Dallas Cowboys like he ran through Errol Spence, and the excuse shouldn't be that the Cowboys were injured. Obviously, he's making another reference to Errol Spence. What's your take on all that from Bud, man?
I think we just I think we're looking too deep into it. I think it's just general trash talk. Pretty much saying, oh, wow, is the team going to come out and say some other stuff now? Pretty much what Bud was getting at. And I think he's being too nice, because the Dallas Cowboys did better than what Errol did.
What you mean by that? What Earl did? Like,
hey, they actually were scoring. And look at that. They scored some points, right? Man, that man probably won the third round and half the third round. In the first round, that's probably it. That's like 7 in football terms. 7 in the field goal.
Good point. But the Green Bay Packers, they're not with the snack program. That's the difference. Shaheed L. You know the Dallas Cowboys is my team. I got to defend their honor right now, man. We sitting at home.
Take your shots all you want.
Shaheed, you seen the tweet from Terence Crawford?
Oh, is that right?
He have been throwing a lot of shots at Errol Spence lately, even though Errol Spence came out and talked about his eye injury and this and that. The thing about it is, Errol Spence is the one, he is the one that made sure this fight happened. And those are the words of Crawford himself, that Errol Spence basically let him put him upside down, shake the change out of his pocket, and basically acquiesce to all of his demands to give him the biggest payday of his career. And obviously, when he won, Errol Spence has been gracious. He's been gracious the whole time after the loss, giving Terence Crawford his respect and his kudos that he lost to him. But it seems like Terence Crawford doesn't give him that same respect, because every chance he gets, it seems like he's throwing digs at the guy, especially since he came out with the injury statements. I mean, what's your take on all of this from Bud Crawford, man?
Well, I think it's very it's unclassy if it's coming from him in that manner, or you can look at it from a potential of good promotion for the rematch. Because it's the timing that this has all come about. In time for the rematch. But to speak on Errol Spence's injuries and speak on those things, that goes to show you that Bud Crawford been on some low balling stuff. He's been on low balling stuff for a long time. You know what I mean? Go back to what you said, that if it weren't for Errol Spence, when the Spence and Bud Crawford fight would have never took place. Because when Bud Crawford was going around doing, being connected to Daniel Canahan, running away from negotiations, Earl still kept it classy. You know what I mean? He ain't dog him. He ain't going social media. He ain't do none of the things that Bud Crawford be doing. Bud be on some snake stuff. You know what I mean? And it's hard for me to sit back and say, hey, this brother even upped you in defeat and told you that you should get fighter of the year. Even through all the talks and all the BS talking that they're going back and forth with, he even honored you and said, I got my butt whooped. He deserves fighter of the year. Good performance by bro. He's still giving him ups where Bud is always throwing shots. But he didn't have that same energy when he was in doubt about fighting Earl. He didn't have that same energy. And Bud Crawford, like I said, he's always doing underhanded and undermined things. You know what I mean? He's the same one that'll go on social media. When the fans call him out, he wanted to fight the fans. Like, come on, man, you always doing some unclassy stuff, man. You're supposed to be a boxer. Carry yourself as one. Carry yourself as such as Earl Spence ain't going in back and forth with the people on social media talk about he want to fight them and stuff like that. Bud Crawford, you know what I mean? You can call them bitches and whatnot, or the B words and whatnot. He need to keep it classy. If you're going to do this in promotion for the fight, keep it classy like Spence has, man. I think it was very unclassy for him to say that, talk about, hey, I'm whooping him the same way the Green Bay Packers is beating the Dallas Cowboys. But let's go back to what you said. They're not with the snack program, the Dallas Cowboys, and they don't need no performance enhancement to feel like they're greater. If you already great, you don't need no Victor Conti. You don't need no snacks. And for the rematch, take the snack out of boxing, like, Tank said, and get on even playing field. Take that snack out and fight Spence with 24/7. VADA, USADA, all those testings on even playing field. Let's not go 4 years and being on the side of USADA and not have a drug test on file or the VADA testing on the VADA site. Let's get you a current drug test and see if you clean. Let's currently, and then fight Earl Spence and then talk. All that, get the upper hand and the upper advantage that Crawford been doing with the USADA, and not have no drug testing since 2020. As it said on the USADA site, you're not on there. Or the VADA site, you're not on there as having a drug test. Have it current, do Olympic style drug testing for this rematch, and let's see, may the best man win. No unfair advantages, even playing field here on out.
It's been that way for Bud. I don't know what you're talking about, but all right.
It couldn't have been. If it's been that way, then he wouldn't have had he wouldn't have needed a Victor Conti, bro. You know that band up. Keep it 1 mil for real with yourself, man. No natural boxer needs a performance enhancements, bro. I told you that. No natural boxer needs a performance enhancement.
I got a question. I got one question, Shaheed.
What's the question?
What happened with Sean Porter's last 3 fights? I'm just curious.
We're not talking about Sean Porter. We're talking about Bud Crawford.
Oh, we ain't talking about Porter now. He part of the snack. We want to talk about Haney and Crawford.
You brought him up. Hey, Bud Crawford. But since you keep talking about Sean Porter didn't run during the negotiations. Sean Porter wasn't connected to Daniel Canahan. But your boy Bud was, since you want to keep taking and moving the goalposts off the heat off the man with the heat is on. Stop taking the heat off the bro. Stop doing that, bro. Be a spectator of the sport,
I'm
not a
not.
cheerleader. Be a
We
spectator.
talk about snack program. We talk about snack fighters, right? He's a snack fighter. It's not moving the goalposts.
We talk about Bud Crawford.
It's not
We talk about
moving
Bud
the
Crawford
goalposts.
having the unfair advantage. We talk about Bud Crawford, your guy having an unfair advantage. I got a queen right here. They even know about it. She a female. She talk about performance enhancement.
What unfair advantage did he have?
The snack program. You heard what Manager Marty said. The Dallas Cowboys didn't have the snack program.
Neither did the Green Bay Packers.
The Green Bay Packers. He's talking about his team. He's talking about his team, and he's talking about injuries. He's talking about the Dallas Cowboys and the injuries. He's in front of a man that got thrown from a car five times, came back and beat the brakes off of Danny Garcia, and who carried the heavy weightlifting.
When are we gonna let them do the fight, bro?
Who carried the heavy weightlifting in the 147 division, came back from a near-death experience and beat the brakes off of Danny Garcia, who beat him in the amateur.
Oh my God! You said what?
Program. Yeah, who beat Bud in the amateur without the snack program?
Bro, do you remember Danny Garcia falling all over himself, tripping himself in the third round, falling over the floor? Danny Garcia ain't nothing. He was nothing, and he still stumbles Spence with a jab in the second round. Come on now, I just went back and watched that fight. I'm ready to cook today, partner.
Hey, the same jab that Regis Park-Reyes got dropped by Devin Pillowfist Haney, who ain't never had no power. See, bro, you don't go up a universal. Hold on. You go up emotion. I go up on what I see, not the all body feeling, the all seeing eye. So let's keep it real for real. Let's keep it 1 mil for real quick. You go off of how you feel, bro. I'm going off of what I see. Everything in this existence that we live is cause and effect. If you take the effect of the snack program off Terence Crawford, then you see his performance will not be enhanced in boxing. The effects of the snack program has showed and proved that this man ain't never had a one-punch knockout ever in his life. When he fought Kell Brook was touching that ass. Kell Brook was touching. He had swollen eyes. He was touching him.
Shahid,
don't forget that.
Can I say something real quick?
He never had no one-punch knockout.
Shahid, do you know out of the 3 rounds, total rounds that they fought, Kell Brook threw like 99 punches and Bud Crawford threw 92 punches. Do you know Bud Crawford still outpunched Kell Brook by 3 punches by that time, by the third round, end of the third round?
Yeah,
and he switched. Hold up. And he switched with what? 37 seconds? And to figure out how to knock him out, that was the one switch within 37 seconds. So you want to talk about what? What we talking about? He was touching what? He figured him out and knocked him out.
You want to talk about snack too, though, right?
He figured him out and knocked him out. That's what you call figuring out your opponent and knocking him out. What I just
was about snack, though, right? You talk about your dude that needed snack to fight a fighter. You talk about snack, right? Because you can talk about snack. You keep talking about you want to alleviate on some pom-pom stuff, brethren. You want to cheerlead rather than be a spectator of the sport. You want to alleviate. You want to alleviate because I'm telling you. Hold on, bro. Let me finish. You keep trying to give this brother an unfair advantage with the snack. Take the snack out and let him fight Earl Spence and see what happens.
Wow. Without the snack, he's still gonna beat him. He still would beat him no matter what. You wanna know how I know? You wanna know how I know? Shahid, you wanna know how I know? What is Errol Spence gonna do offensively? Skillful skills offensively different to Terence Crawford to win. Give me it.
We're gonna see that in the rematch without the snack. That's your answer to that question. Exactly nothing. Because like I said, it go back to the snack. Once again, bro, you don't go off the cause and you don't go off the cause and effect. And that's how I know you don't deal with reality, bro. You don't go off the cause and effect. Because if you went off the cause and effect, you would see the effects of that man's punching power has been enhanced off of that fight. You're not going off that effect. You're going off of how you feel. And being a cheerleader, bro. Don't be a cheerleader, be a spectator.
Ask any Bud fan how he gonna be Errol. I guarantee we'll tell you.
Peace.
He got
What's going on?
I guarantee we'll tell you. I guarantee we'll tell you, but you can't tell me one thing.
He got one power. He got one punch out, knockout power all of a sudden after joining the snap and after not having a test, not being tested by body for 3 years. Of course, because you know why? Because you're not seeing nothing. That's your problem, bro. You're not seeing the effects. It's the all seeing eye, not the all body feeling how you feel. Well, everybody in the world that got eyes to see that man is off the effects of the snack program. That's the effect.
We got my guy YSM Sports Media here, and my guy Supreme L. YSM Sports Media. What's good, my brother?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay with you.
Hey,
Peace to you, brothers. Peace to you, Supreme.
what's good? I just got two
What's
things.
good, YSM?
What's going on, YSM? Peace, Shaheed L. Professor Marty, D-Town, peace, family, band up.
Peace.
I ain't want to jump in. I ain't gonna tally you long, but I just got a band up. And peace to the chat family, roller tape film crew. You say and you speak highly of Crawford, right? And I get it. You're a supporter of him, band up. But my question is, and has always have been, if Terrence was so like that, right? He's pound for pound #1, and he got skills to pay the bills that everybody say. Why did he feel the need to associate himself with Victor Conte, who is a known PED cheater? Like he's known for that. He's known for that. He's not known for cleaning up the sport and making everybody go straight and being positive. I mean, negative blood testing or negative. He's known for cheating. Why would Terrence do that?
My plausible answer to that, and I'm actually going a little bit in depth on what I usually say. So, is there a possibility, right? I mean, stick with me, that you could have a conversation with your homie, right? And your homie could weigh a decision? I'm just asking that first before I give my answer.
Say again, you was breaking up. Say again.
I said, can you have a conversation? Can you have a thought process of what you should, you know what I mean? Of where you do, or you know what I mean? If you're in between something and you talk to your homie and he give you advice on something, could that persuade your answer?
As far as being a fighter or entering a bout, like if I was Terrence, if you saying me put myself in Terrence's shoes and getting advice from someone, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. If it's just advice, only if it's just advice. Yeah, I can consider it.
So, okay. So with that being said, Supreme Male, whatever happened with that conversation, because my thing is he obviously seen something that works. That's why he goes to the snack program. On top of that, we found out that he had a conversation with Boo Boo Andre. So whatever Boo Boo Andre said in that conversation, I actually think helped him go with my idea of what I just said. He's seen something that worked. And he obviously talked to somebody, whether he called Boo Boo or Boo Boo called him, whatever, however it goes, he talked to somebody that he obviously trusted that works, right? Okay, then. So he's like, if you see something that's work, go. Well, that's why he went over there, in my opinion. That's what I feel.
All right, hold on.
Right, okay, now.
I want to give.
Go ahead.
If you don't mind, Supreme, I have to give time.
Go ahead.
You're only saying that, band up. I have to do this because the audience is going to say that you're being biased, and I want everybody to understand the context here. You're only asking that question because you heard Victor Conte say on this channel, that Crawford called him after Greg gave the super chat and asked the question, who called who? Conte said that Bud called him. Then he said that unbeknownst to him, he had no idea, but Bud also called Andre. After he got the phone with Andre, that's when he called Victor Conte back and said, okay, I'm in. But before all of that, I've been asking the $1 million question before that was even the point. So to bring that up, band up, I don't think that's really fair because we didn't know who called who, and we didn't know that Andre had something to do with it. You see what I'm saying? So basically,
Marty, but still, that's been my answer. That's been my answer from the jump. My first answer, very first one was promotion. And then the second, when you circled the block on me in that video, you was like, nah, brother, it got to be something else. Then I said, well, clearly he sees something that works. And that's way before Victor even copped on or anything like that.
Right, but I haven't heard
one. Well, that's kind of different. Hey, Professor, check it out. But that's kind of disingenuous too, though, Band Up, because you were on our fellow brother platform, Big Ross, in the boxing outlet. You were indifferent at that time.
What did I say? Please let me know what I said.
You breaking up. What'd you say? No, you
I
were
said, please let me know what
indifferent,
I
meaning
said.
you didn't have a because when we asked the question there, you was like, who knows? We don't know why he went over there. That was your answer then. When you was on the platform now. I'm not.
Hey, I've never said. Hey, I've never said. Who knows? I've never said that on any platform. Please show me, brother.
Yeah,
I've never said who knows.
Bro, I'm not. Look, we grown men. I'm not gonna lie on you, brother. And I like you, man. That we had our little, indifference, but I like you. You cool, bro. But I'm not gonna lie on you, brother. At that time when you was asked, you honestly said, man, nobody knows.
Business?
Like, because you said you was like nobody knows
Wasn't we just
why
talking
Terrence
about
went
business
over there.
on roster? You said
Say
what?
again? No, I didn't hear you. What'd you say, bro?
I said, wasn't we just talking about business on Ross Channel?
No.
I said, wasn't we just talking about business on Ross Channel?
No. This was some time ago. This was like a month or two ago, like earlier in the quest for finding the snack program. We were asking why was Terrence going over there, and you were on the platform. You was like nobody knew why he went over there. Nobody could answer that, and you were one of the people as well that said, man, nobody know why he went over there. Why would he go over there? But just to let you know that not saying
I've
nothing
never
bad about your answer or anything. Huh?
Well, we can conclude. We can all conclude.
I don't recall me saying that. I'm going with you.
We can all
No worry.
conclude. We can all conclude that two things are facts. Fact number one is I'm the first one that posed that question, and I was still waiting for a long time to get the answer. No one before me asked the question, and so I'm glad that other people picked up the man who was asking. The second thing that's a fact is that we know the answer now, which was my point of asking in the first place. I knew the answer, but it was rhetorical. The answer is that Terence Crawford went over and he called Victor Conte because he wanted his performance enhanced, like everybody else that called the guy. We could conclude at least that could be the fact. With that being said now, we have YSM Sports Media here. I want to give him the proper introduction, like I always do. YSM, are you there?
Yeah.
What's going on, my brother?
I am currently sipping on snack as we speak. I'm on that pack.
Get on him, boy. Get on it, boy.
The shipment has arrived.
Oh,
currently
man.
enhancing my performance as we speak.
Oh, let me find out.
Which
we find out we all up in there.
YSL, which product did you get?
Okay, so he gave me the fighter training stack, right? So I'm on I am on the after workout protein. This is what I'm taking right now.
Mm-hmm.
But already I took Vitalize this morning and I took ZMA last night.
This is the first day.
So good.
Are you doing the additional step?
Am I doing the what?
The additional expert tip at the bottom.
Oh, you talking about on it? Yeah. You talking about when you mixing the night protein with the
yeah.
With that, yeah. See, I can tell you.
Do you feel any different, YSM? You feel any different, YSM? You feel
yet.
any different?
It's only been 2 days.
Yeah, not yet for me. I gotta.
Okay.
Yeah, but I wanted to say this though, in regards to Terence Crawford's comments, right? He earned the right to talk shit. Leading up to the fight, Spence said he was going to beat him like Kunta Kinte. He didn't. He got his ass whipped. Right? To the victors go the spoils. If I beat your ass, I can talk shit. I backed it up. He said, wasn't nobody going to knock out Moby Dick. Remember that? He said, wasn't nobody going to catch Moby Dick. We remember that, right? He told him to his face. He told him to his face, what happens when I stop you? You ain't stopping me. You ain't stop. He stopped him. These are facts. What happens when I stop you to your face? They're gonna make all kinds of excuses. You ain't stopping me. He stopped you, bro. He can say whatever he want now. Get your get back, and let's go. Nothing else to talk about, yo. There's nothing else to talk about. That man beat your ass, bro. Wasn't nobody talking about Snack beforehand. Y'all was saying man down. Beat his ass. He gonna break his eye socket. He gonna do all those things. Nobody said nothing about Snack.
But that's not true though, YSM.
No,
YSM, that's kind of not true. Yeah, that's not true because EJ was telling him in tweets though,
Supreme,
right?
no, I didn't say nothing when you were talking. I didn't say a word.
No, but I'm just responding
let me
to
finish.
what you say, bro.
Let me finish.
You got it. You got it. You got it, YSM. I'm just responding to what you say. That's all, brother.
Yeah. I'm not a Crawford fan. Y'all know Crawford fans think I'm the biggest Crawford hater in the world, right? For some reason, I don't get it. But that's what the reality is. The reality is he backed up everything that he said he would do to that man, and he did it. On to the rematch. Like, there's nothing else to say after that point, though. There's nothing else to say.
Okay, got you. But in response again to when people, because you're not the only one, YSM, who say that, nobody said anything about the snack. But it has been proven that EJ was saying, about the snack, and Bud was going over there with the cheater. He even said he's with a known cheater. So I just want to throw that out there. That's what I was responding to you about, brother. Not trying to cut you off, though.
Did it stop?
Respond.
Did it stop Earl from saying he was going to beat his ass?
But he did say that. EJ did say that during that time, so I can acknowledge that as well.
No, I was talking about the fans when analyzing the fight.
Yeah, I get you. I'm on this
platform.
Right.
Everybody that picked Earl never mentioned Snap. Now everybody that picked Earl is mentioning Snap.
Well, I have to be the one, YSM. I have to be the one to be the front runner. Let me put this out there. I know that people are crediting me, and I take all the credit. So what is my response to it? That I'm the one that made people aware of the snack program, and I think people are starting to talk about it now. Let me be clear on this, and this is clearly evident based on the questions that everyone heard me ask Victor Conte. I've been talking about snack for over 12 years. In fact, I've been researching Victor, Memo,
you
and
sound
Alex
choppy,
Ariza.
Professor. You sound choppy.
Yeah, that's what happened when the truth come out. Let me say it again, that I'm the first one. I'm the first one to bring up the snack program, and I think it has allowed people to start thinking and stuff like that, and they started to use it after the fight or whatever like that. So I take responsibility for that. However, I also have to say this to me. I can't speak for no other person that thought Spence was going to win or who chose Spence to win. For me, what I was saying, because y'all said I sounded choppy, let me just say this. I've been studying for over 15 years, a total of over 15 years, when we talk about Victor Conte, when we talk about Alex Ariza, when we talk about Memo Heredia. And those were the things that gave me the tools to be able to ask the questions, the pertinent questions that I asked Victor Conte. So I wanted to put that out there. So if somebody say to me, because I chose Spence to win, or I thought that he was going to win, which is why I chose him to win, is because I thought he would win based on their styles, when they say, well, you wasn't saying nothing then. Well, this was actually Terence Crawford's third fight. So that's the only reason why I waited until his third fight to say anything about it. Because if he would have fought Spence second, and then let's say he would have fought David Evanesian third, and let's say he would have knocked David Evanesian out, I would have been saying the same exact thing. So I'm talking about me. I can't speak for nobody else that chose Spence to win. I'm talking about me, why I chose Spence to win as far as their styles were concerned. The bottom line is this. It goes back to this point. Yes, I agree with YSM. Errol Spence, he was talking greasy. Yes, he was talking reckless, whether he said it to sell the fight or not, because that happens in boxing where fighters say certain things to each other to sell the fight. Whether he was saying it to sell the fight or not.
He meant that shit.
He said it, and he got his behind handed to him. On the flip side of that coin, Terence Crawford was equally talking trash about Errol Spence too, way before the press conferences. He was saying he was going to dominate Spence. They both was actually doing it. I don't know who was doing it more, but I know that both of these guys were talking trash to each other face to face when they was in Oklahoma, even up until when they was at a fight in the stands. They both were being competitive, basically saying they're going to do this and that to each other. So for me, all of that is cool. But see, here's the part where I got to stand on my 10 toes and say, you're supposed to say that. I made a reference to this before. If you are standing on somebody's block, now we all men on this panel, so I can use this analogy. If you pull up on somebody's street or on their block and you got 30 guys with you and you say, I want this guy that lives in this house to come outside, and I want him to deal with me like a man. And the guy looks out the window and see you got 30 guys with him and you still talking tough. My thing is going to be, you supposed to talk tough. You got 30 guys with you. It don't matter if you beat the guy up or not. You supposed to talk tough. You got 30 dudes with you. And I'm standing on that. When it comes to Bar Crawford, you supposed to talk tough. When you got the snack program that's going to enhance your performance, you supposed to talk tough.
Hey,
and
Marty,
so my thing is, it's hard for us to give him all of the credit because we know his performance was enhanced. That's my
Marty,
standpoint. That's just my perspective.
Marty, no. Why
is it so hard for Ben to accept that when Victor Conte himself said it was that Bud Crawford, it was the snack program? Did he or did he not say that on your show? That it was the snack program that got Bud Crawford the win? That the snack program was. Did he or did he not say that?
Because of the snack program.
At first, when I said to him, I've been telling people that the snack program works and the fighters that's on the snack program and they're being enhanced and it works. And his exact words in the first interview was, it's true. It does work. Science proves it. In his second interview, he said that it wasn't the snack program that allowed Crawford to beat Spence. It was because Crawford is a great fighter. So those are the two things.
What type of science? This for me and Marty, though. Marty, is that the reason why he lost?
Say it again.
I said, is that the real reason why he lost, yo?
Who? Terence Crawford, Earl Spence?
I know you do a lot of you do a lot of stuff for entertainment value.
Yeah,
well,
I do.
We gonna keep this shit a bean right now. Is that the
like
reason why he
always
lost?
do, though. But I always keep it a bean, though, Jamil.
Yeah.
You know that.
No. But you know that's not. Everybody knows that's not the reason why he lost. The reason why.
No, I didn't say that. I never.
Wait. No. I'm not saying. Just hear me out, Marty. The reason why Earl Spence lost isn't the snack program. You got people running with that narrative. The reason why Earl Spence lost is because he didn't live a fighter's lifestyle for years, and it caught up to him.
Yes, I agree with that. But I never talked about why he lost. But Bill, look, watch this. I never talked about why he lost. I only talked about why Terence Crawford.
The only thing that's coming out of your mouth is the snack program.
Let me finish, Mill.
Go ahead.
Let me finish, Mill. I never talked about why Spence lost. Everybody can see why he lost. I always talked about why Terence Crawford won. That's what I was focusing on. I always focused on when fighters' performances are enhanced. That ain't nothing new. That ain't nothing new to me. So what I'm saying is that's why Terence Crawford won. We see why Errol Spence lost. I said it in a video 2 to 3 days after the fight. I said both of those fighters look different, and I'm standing on that. Terence Crawford looked different in that fight, and Errol Spence looked different in that fight. Both of them did. And so, you know,
Crawford didn't look different.
Spence
looked bad. Crawford didn't look different.
Wow.
Crawford looked different to me. When I looked at his last...
Thank you. He was cooked at 147. He was cooked at 147, right? The dude stalled him out with the David Avanesian fight. He had to stay at 147 a year longer than what he wanted.
I don't know about that.
Car crash, detached retina, other car crash, drinking. Like, not a lot of people realize that when you have retinal surgery, you start to form cataracts. Go look it up.
So it's safe to say that things that played a part on Earl Spence's side and Terence Crawford because nobody knew that things that happened in Earl Spence training camp and things that happened to him. Nobody knew that before the fight. So of course we're going to say that Earl Spence is going to beat Terence Crawford. If we had all this information at the beginning, maybe some of our thoughts would have been a little bit different. But y'all
Y'all was thinking with your hearts, though, detail.
People keep saying one thing, but y'all leaving stuff out. You got, if you gonna talk about it, put it all together. If we're gonna make a decision, don't make a decision with 50% or 40% or 60%. Let's make a decision with 100%. So let's talk about it all. Things that happened with Earl Spence in his training camp and with himself and with drinking, and also things with Terence Crawford. That's the whole 100%. If we gonna talk about it, you say let's keep it a buck.
No. If we gonna keep it a buck, he was getting by. He was still breaking people's orbital bones while doing bullshit.
You don't care about that, detail.
Wait. You from Dallas. You knew after the car crash he was still drinking, because I knew.
I agree with
after
you.
The car crash, you knew.
But Mill,
so we talking about other things that played a part in it. Also, we didn't know everything. Nobody knew everything. They didn't tell us everything. So what do you mean?
You capping, bro.
We knew certain things. We didn't know all
things. Dude was still living that kind of lifestyle. You
still
knew.
I agree.
You thought he would.
Hey,
you thought he would still get by doing the same shit.
But you ain't listening to what I'm saying. We didn't know everything. You keep talking about a little bit that we know. You're not talking about everything that we know. It's more played a part in that than what you are saying right now.
Did you know Terence Crawford was on snap?
What, from Sean Porter?
Did you know Terence Crawford was with the snack program?
Talking about saying Sean Porter?
Did you, going into the Earl Spence fight, did you know Terence Crawford was on snap?
Yeah.
Did you know about
he knew? Yeah, he knew.
Hey, I'm talking
about him. He didn't care about that.
I can't hear.
Did you know? Did you know it was hard for him to make 147?
Yeah.
Did you know about the torn retina?
Yeah.
Did you know about the drinking?
Yeah.
Did you know about the other car crash?
Yeah.
What are we talking?
But that's not all. That's not all. That's not all.
Talking about?
All right, can I say something? Can I say something?
That's not all.
Can I say something?
God,
can I say something real quick?
Can
I say something real quick? Mill, can I say something real quick?
It's your show.
I agree with everything you're saying, YSM, about the car crash, about Spence drinking. Now, I don't know if he still was drinking after the car crash. I don't have evidence of that. But I do know
right here, he know.
Huh?
Detail right here. He capping. He know.
All right.
No, you know, because you don't want talking about it. You know.
All right, hold on. So let's include that. Let's include that in the pot. So he was drinking after the car accident. Still, he had the car accident that was life and death. He had the other car accident where it was a fender bender on the night that Terence Crawford fought Evanesian. He wasn't living a boxer's lifestyle. True. He had the retina situation, which is why Pacquiao had to fight OWES instead of him. And here's the $1 million question. It still remains. He had all of these issues, and that didn't stop Bud Crawford from picking that phone up and calling Victor Conte.
Of course not.
Well, then that's the whole thing we got to deal with. That's what I'm talking about. He still called Victor Conte after knowing that Errol Spence was
said
a
we didn't know everything.
No. Hold on.
I listed like 6 or 7 things that we all knew going into the fight, right?
That's not everything, though.
If we knew it. Hold on. So YSM, if we knew that, Terence Crawford knew it as well. And that did not stop him from picking that phone up, calling Victor Conte for performance enhancements.
Can I say something now?
Go ahead.
Well, we know Terence called Victor. We know Terence people called Victor.
What he calling for, Greg?
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to lay it all the way out.
I just want to know what he called him for, Greg.
I'm going to lay it all out. We have seen Earl Spence, in spite of the fact that he was in a life and death fight, a life and death car accident, surgeries. We have still seen him take apart fighters with those issues that he's already had. So we knew Terence had to be smart enough to say, if this guy can still beat the brakes off of these guys after having car accidents, surgeries, drinking, he got something I still don't have.
Wow.
Phone, he calls Victor Conte. He said, I see elite fighters are coming over to you. My guy told me to call you after he called you. I want to know what you're doing that's going to help me to address the strength, power, and size of a guy who's still breaking people's bones in spite of the fact that he's been in accidents and surgeries. Because he has something I don't have. He didn't. Terence was a small welterweight. This ain't nothing new, I'm saying. So we go over there, he get with the snack program so he can address the strengths that EJ has. The only question we all gonna have, or at least Spence fans will have, is whether the snack program is PEDs, whether there's something that's illegal about them, because some people still believe that to this day and won't believe anything else. But I will say, if I see elite fighters who was over there before I was, and I know who I'm getting ready to face because we've been looking at him for quite some time. That's all part of the preparation. So I'm going to use strategies, which he did, not just preparation strategies. He did business strategies that threw Earl off the entire time. And it worked for him. As messy it could have been, it worked for him. He came in. What happened? He got in the ring. I didn't know anything about the snack program, but I understand it. I don't understand Victor Conte because it can be two things. You can see you risking your reputation, which all the other fighters over there were willing to do the same thing. So Bud did the same thing. Your reputation is going to get smeared because of who you're with. But is this program, this nutrition program, good? Now, we got 4 people on here who's using it. So we're looking at biology. We're looking at things that can help everybody in terms of their health. But because it's Victor Conte and he's involved with a combat sport, there's questions about whether they are getting what we getting. Because I asked that question too. It's the same thing that we get. It's the same thing the fighters get. I had to ask that. He said it was. There's still questions about it, however, because who Victor Conte is. That ain't going nowhere. We're going to always have that. I get that. But we know the snack program was working. It was obvious the snack program works. It's just a matter of what was in you that you would still keep your reputation. I didn't have an answer then. I don't have an answer for that part now. I do understand why he did it though, and we don't know it. We didn't know everything. I didn't know for instance what injuries EJ have. Where did he get the rib injury? Was it in training or was it somewhere else? We haven't explored that. We never even have ever talked about the fact that Bud is anemic. We never talked about the fact that he has Crohn's disease.
Who's anemic? Who's anemic, Greg?
Bud is anemic.
He said it on Joe Rogan.
Did he say it on Joe Rogan? I don't remember him saying it on Joe Rogan.
Oh, that's what somebody told me
earlier. But the point is, we never talked about how those things with him had some reason for him played a part in him going to the snack program as well. So there's a whole bunch of bits and pieces of information about both of them, the totality of everything they've done as fighters that came together or came apart when this fight finally took place. So I've always said Spence's problem was Spence. We could argue that, debate that, everything else. But did Bud have some issues too? Probably. How much do we know? And we're not going to know everything, which is why when we've got into these debates, like for instance, when 2 Cent told about Spence running 5 miles, we didn't even talk about that. We let it go by. Now we know that was a real bigger issue. But had we talked about it back then when we was debating and arguing, that might have shaped some of the conversation. D-Town did. I remember him saying something about the rib injury, but we didn't really ask how it happened, where it was Bud out there doing, was Spence out there doing something he had no business doing? We kind of glossed over that too. So there were so many things, and we still doing it now. We picking and choosing. I'm picking and choosing. I'm sure everybody else is.
Yo, Greg.
Hold on, band up. Hold on, band up.
We haven't brought it all together. The thing that we can agree on, because it's 4 of us on the snack program using the snack products, is that the snack nutritional products are working for us in some kind of way. And I think once we get past the debating and arguing about Spence Crawford, we might even be doing a good service for every man who comes on this program who might have some nutritional issues, and you got 4 men who are doing something to help their health. We can get to that, and I hope that's where we really get to. But we can keep arguing about the debate about the fight.
Yeah, it's just a touchy subject, and it's not going anywhere. I want to clarify. I want to clarify something. You all and the thousands of people that's watching me live and live in color, no one has ever heard me say that the snack products work. I'm going to refer to Greg, YSM, Shaheed, and Band Up to tell me that part. If the snack products work, I never said that they do. So I can't tell you if they work or not. I have to defer to my guys here. I always said the snack program works. So I want people to process that for a second. Now, with that being said, Mr. Greg, I have to give you credit. That was one of probably the realest responses that I heard thus far when I asked the $1 million question for the last 6 or 7 months. And you said that even though Errol Spence, obviously, he beat himself. He wasn't like YSM spoke on. Errol Spence admitted himself. He wasn't living a boxer's lifestyle. He wasn't dedicating himself to this craft 100%. He was drinking excessively, not just drinking, but getting drunk. He was in the car accident. He had the torn retina, so he had issues with his body and his commitment level, which is terribly bad combination. But even with that, Mr. Greg, you were absolutely correct. I have to give it to you. You said even with all of those things that was going on with Errol, that still wasn't enough to convince Terence Crawford himself that he didn't need any help. So him seeing that, your words, Mr. Greg, and seeing this guy's not 100% dedicated to his craft, and he's still breaking orbital bones and still going in, performing extremely well, considering the issues of him not making a commitment, like Bud would make a commitment 100%. He still felt in his heart maybe that he lacked something. I don't know whether it was confidence, whether it was strength, whether it was size. You use the word size and strength. The
Size,
bottom line is
power. Size, strength, and power.
Size, strength, and power. So he got on the phone and he made that phone call to Victor Conte. And that's a fact that we got to throw in there because that's really what happened. Now, if we try to say, well, he saw the results, and like Bandup said, his homie must have told him, get down with it, and he was taking his homie's advice, it don't make a difference. He still made that phone call because he knew he was going to have to fight Errol Spence. And just like LC said, LC is Terence Crawford's homie, his nephew's best friend who was on this channel twice. He said he think Bud got on the snack program because Errol Spence was bigger and stronger. That's what LC said, the same thing you're saying, Greg. And I can pull up an interview right now where 2.5 years ago, Victor Conte was asked. This is way before Crawford even called him or got on the snack program. Victor Conte was asked, who do you have winning the fight if it ever happens, Crawford versus Spence? And he said it was a 50-50 fight. But towards the end of that interview, he stated that Errol Spence is the bigger man. That's what Victor Conte said, and I can pull that up. My point is there had to be some truth with Spence being the bigger, stronger guy. But the thing is, he still made the phone call. And we got to deal with that. There's nobody that can refute that he called that man. He called that man to get an advantage and get his performance enhanced. And I'm not saying illegal.
Wait.
He did.
Where no natural boxer or no natural athlete needs a performance enhancement if you got it natural. He needed an enhancement. He needed an advantage.
My brother Saheed, you have natural talent, but not natural skills. And I can be as skillful if I want to be, and I can have a great talent. But if you 2 to 3 sizes bigger than me, I'm at a disadvantage, regardless of how much talent I have and how much skill I have. So my thing has always been that Terence didn't go because he needed more talent, he needed more skill. Terence needed to address the fact that he was the little guy, and he had to be a big guy to get in there with a bigger guy, regardless of what problems Earl had. I just said Earl was still breaking people's bones. He wasn't just barely winning, except for the Porter fight. He was winning where there was no question about who won a fight, who won the fight. So you have to be honest with yourself. If you're gonna be the challenger, be it 2 years from now, 3 years from now, and you still see he keeps winning that way, even if you're aware of all the things that's happened to him. This man is a drunk, and he beat. I'm not trying to disparage him, and he beating people like that. This man been thrown from a high performance car, and he's still beating people like that. This man done had work on his eye, and he's still been beating people like that. And he got damaged that's not going to go away because the trauma's in the body. So if I'm going to fight you, I got to wait a minute. He doing all of that. Why?
He got an enhancement on his strength.
I got to look at it on the fight. So I go, okay, I need to be as big as you. My skills are great, but if I can't touch you or I can't hurt you because I'm not as big as you or as strong as you, the skills I might can box myself to a decision, which is honestly, if you look at what I told Marty the first time I came on talk about it, I said he would still easily beat Spence, but I did not think it would be a knockout round. I didn't think it was going to be a whole bunch of exchanges. I did say there may be a few changes here and there. And if Marty looks at it, he'll say, I thought that Bud might even get knocked down at least once in that fight. But I always thought the skill level was going to still trump. But I thought it would have to been, I think, what was the guy name that I debated with you the night of the fight when you was at the fight?
Oh, my man, Lump.
I said it was going to be, he was going to outbox, and you look at it, I said he was going to outbox Earl Spence, and the Lump was like, there ain't going to be no boxing. See, I wasn't thinking he would be bigger than Earl. I wasn't thinking that. I wasn't thinking it was going to be no knockdown of Earl getting knocked down, but I did think the skill level was going to be so great because I knew Bud has a history of continually to improve. And I didn't know about the snack program at the time. So I thought I did know about the MMA training though. I did know that. So I thought it was going to be that kind of fight.
But see, here's the dynamic, Greg. Here's the dynamic. And I'm going to get the super chat and let somebody else go. Here's the dynamic though. Watch how the dynamic that you're referring to, watch how it shifted. Watch how the paradigm shifted. I'm going to give you an example. You said, which I agree with, before Bud called Victor Conte, maybe in his heart or his mind, he said to himself, I have to go in there and make sure that I have some kind of strength that's going to, help me sustain the onslaught of Errol Spence and neutralize his strength and his size. That's how he felt before the snack program, which is why he called him. We agree to that, right?
Yes.
Here's how the paradigm shifted. Now that he's on the snack program, he's not complaining about size anymore. Why? Because now that he's on it, he's saying, I'll fight Canelo at 168. You see my point?
I see the point. I think that was more
real with it. His strength was enhanced, correct? That means his strength was enhanced, correct?
I think he was just pounding his chest, thinking, okay, I got this big bag for this fight because, as I told you before, I don't think Bud has any more than 2 fights left, period. Because he's Bud's 30, almost 36 or 37 now. I think that's somewhere around there. I think Bud got 2 fights. 2.
But hold on, Marty, hold up.
But now that he's on
right. I get what you're saying.
He's feeling strong now.
Yeah, I can fight Wilder now.
So does that mean his strength was enhanced? That's the question. That's what the question becomes. Was his strength enhanced? Because Spence told Bud to his face, no one ever said you hit hard. He told Bud that. He said, no one ever said you hit hard.
Yeah, but he
So he
knocked
never
everybody
thought
out
that
at
he never thought
47.
that
That's
bug
where
hurt
we
him.
need to. That's where we need to go in terms
Well,
of
he
finding
definitely
out
hit
for
hard at
sure.
147. I think
Is the
everybody
snack
knows that about
program
He
him.
knocked
legit?
everybody out at 147 even
But,
before the snack
but
program.
let's ask. Is the snack? Let's find out. I guess we'll find out at some point. Is the snack
What?
program legitimate for the boxers?
Hey,
Victor said they get the same thing we get, but
No,
is
he also said that all the stuff the fighters take, they ain't all snack products. He
and
said
that's what we
that.
need to examine.
Yo,
That's the
Mr.
part
Greg,
right there.
I got a question for everybody except for Marty because Marty knows this. Have you ever been around a dude that was cutting weight for a fight?
Once.
Anybody else in the chat been around guys that was cutting weight?
It's hard.
Detail? No. Right? Do I think and Marty knows I'm on record for saying this. At the top level, I think everybody's doing so.
Wow.
And I stand
You
on it.
mean legally or
At the-
illegally? Can you clarify that, Jamil, for the people?
a combination of the two. Whether it's something that hasn't been it's something that hasn't been banned. Like we've seen Billy Joe Saunders test positive for something that was okay in the UK, but not okay in the US. We've seen fucking Alexander Povetkin test positive for meldonium, and that just became legal, or it just became illegal. And what I'm saying is Crawford fans have an unrealistic point of view of what they saw that night. In their mind, it just shows how great Terence Crawford is. In my mind, it showed Earl Spence. Now, I already thought that Terence Crawford was a better boxer, but it just showed Earl Spence was a shell of himself that night. When you looked at that interview of Earl Spence, you ain't think, damn, look how the snack program got Earl Spence. You think, yo, what the hell is wrong with him? He don't look right. He don't seem right. Is he high? Detail, am I lying? Everybody felt that way, right? So I think it was more about what was wrong with Earl Spence than Terence Crawford. Now, if you wait, I'm gonna say this: do I think Victor Conte is still rocking and rolling? You goddamn right. You had to be a fool to think that and mind you, that's just my opinion. But he told you in and every way that that you can circumvent these tests. I wish y'all could see my face. He told you in every way how you can circumvent these tests. Am I supposed to assume somebody that knows how to circumvent these tests, that has a background, isn't still rocking and rolling? I'm going to have to assume they are. Now, I can't say it like, okay, he's cheating. It's that. No, I can't say it until you test hot. But
You
in my
can't
mind,
test hot, Jamil. There's no such thing as random testing.
Wait. Apparently, Willie Monroe tested hot. So I guess there's slip ups.
Yeah, not sure.
But I can't cast that. I can't put that jacket on him without proof. I know what I think.
Yeah.
I think he's still out here. I think he's still out here doing his thing. But if you wasn't talking about the snack program beforehand, then I don't want to hear it.
No.
Can I call my cousin up?
That's just how I feel.
I got it in the chat.
Can I call my cousin? Where my phone at? Can I call my
Bro,
cousin?
how?
Why
proof
y'all
is in the
doing
chat.
that?
Earl Spence called him out a year prior.
Hey, Detail, because I know you watch Earl, and I know Shahid says, do y'all know the last fight, I should say, where there was nothing wrong with Earl in terms of his lifestyle, his accidents, etc.?
It's probably way back.
Yeah, way back.
This is why I say the problem with Earl Spence was Earl Spence. So that, I always say, what you come into the ring with is who you are. Whether you like the personality, the way they move, the way they do, you come in, that's who you are in the ring. That's why it wasn't hate for Earl Spence. It was the fact that you're going to be who you are. So if you cutting corners, if you partying and all of that, but you still winning, then your ego tells you, okay, I can still do this and still go in there and win.
Just like AB.
Later, somebody is going to come who is going to say, I see you still winning, which is what Bud did, I'm gonna come better prepared because you remember Bud was saying, "Hey, I don't need to be undisputed at welterweight. I don't need to do that." Yet he came into the ring 100% correct. That was the mind game. That was the mind game.
Can I get the super chat
Oh,
now,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Greg?
I'm sorry.
No, you good. Everything is good. Let me give a double salute to my guy, LL Music, Lifeline Music, that is. Lifeline Music says, them snack products got YSM wired. He is in rare form.
Yo,
That's
when
from
when I saw
Lifeline.
that, there's some validity to that. I ain't even gonna hold you. I've had a lot of energy today, yo.
All right, hold on, Jamil. We got another one for you. Double salute to my guy, Big Supreme. Big Supreme, thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Big Supreme says YSM is defending Crawford after he called Boots a bum.
What that got to do with what's real? His opinion of Boots is irrelevant. Boots
This
would
is
beat
how
his
we
ass.
get off topic because we go
Why,
so many
YSM,
Do with the topic.
YSM, you got to
Yo.
you have to stop
That
saying
ain't got
that.
nothing to
You
do
have
with
to
the
stop
topic.
saying.
Oh,
You
Marty,
got to
dog.
stop saying that nobody can talk about that
Marty.
snack, and that's false. It's in the chat.
It's too many people talking. Say it again.
YSM got to stop saying that. Wasn't nobody talking about the snack program. Even though you was the first one to talk about the snack program, but Spence had called that cheating out as far as Victor Conti a year prior. I'll put it in the chat, the link, so he can see for himself. They got to stop saying that he's making up excuses because it wasn't an excuse when he called that man a cheater a year prior.
Shaheed, Spence never brought up snack as an excuse of why he lost.
We're not talking about snack. We're talking about cheating.
No. Spence never brought up snack the reason why he lost. He talked about other factors, right? I'm talking about boxing fans and channels that picked Earl Spence. I didn't have a pick in this. I can see it going either way. What I saw is a fighter that was finessed out of his position along with bad habits. By him stalling out that last bit of negotiations and having Spence on the shelf for like 16 months, along with Spence having trouble making weight, I felt like that was the difference.
So why didn't you see a year prior when Spence tweeted that he's connected to this cheater?
I didn't
see it in the chat. It's in the chat because you keep saying wasn't nobody speaking about it, but indirectly.
I was talking about the people that were picking Earl Spence to win and channels picking Earl Spence to win.
I picked Earl Spence to win.
The person that brought Snap to the forefront is Marty. These are facts.
Of course.
By the way,
Marty seen who he was connected to a year prior too. Marty seen who he was connected to.
Interviews.
Even Blue Blood Sports.
Both of them.
Even Blue Blood Sports said the same thing. He was the one that reported it. That's where I got it from.
Shaheed,
he was the one that reported.
Is that the reason why you think? Is that the reason why you think Terence Crawford won that belt?
Connected to a performance enhancement, of course.
Okay. Of course. Did you see anything wrong with Earl Spence during the fight?
Yeah, you talk about that interview. You talk about the interview backstage.
I'm just saying. I'm talking about him, his power, his body language, his balance.
I seen that before the fight, bro. That's what I'm saying. So backstage
I'm
in the interview,
you think that
I knew something was wrong. Like, why he looked like that?
If Earl Spence was right, even with the snack, that would have been a competitive fight. And I'm not taking nothing away from Terence Crawford's performance. I'm saying preparation has a lot to do with who's going to win in a fight. It damn near has everything to do outside you getting hit with a big punch. What
like
I
Marty
saw
said,
is a fighter that was a shell of
when did you ever see Bud drop somebody with a jab? Like Marty, he asked that question a long time ago, right, Marty? When have you ever seen Bud Crawford drop somebody with a jab?
It was a
with
right
the caliber.
You got to remember he's a switch hitter, so him dropping him with the jab is him hitting him with a right hand. Even though he's in the southpaw position, he's still a strong hand.
You didn't answer my question. Name a time.
I gave you a boxing context to what happened.
That's not what I asked though, bro.
If I hit you with a 2-1, if I hit you with a 2-1, but I'm operating, I'm really an orthodox fighter, and I'm operating in a southpaw stance. I hit you with my strong hand.
You deflecting from the question. Name one boxer that Bud Crawford.
YSM, can I answer that?
Go ahead, Band Up.
Go ahead, Band Up.
I asked
All
why
right.
film. I didn't
So
ask you,
the
man.
same
I
thing
asked
can be
why
said about
You
Errol
wanna
being
hear
susceptible to that jab.
They don't want to answer the question, Marty. They don't want to answer. Name one boxer in 39 other fights that Bud Crawford dropped a boxer with the caliber of the fighter as who Spence is with a jab.
You can say none, and you can also say
There it is.
You can all say all 39 fighters that Bud has fought from all the weight classes all fought him better than Spence did.
Kell Brook.
Yeah,
So
of course. That's what I'm saying.
So it's easier.
Yo, but
it's
hey,
easy to
watch this.
see how
Before
he can
Shahid
get
in,
dropped.
hold on.
It's
Shahid,
easy to
Shahid,
see how he can get dropped with a jab because 39
Shahid.
fighters before him that he fought Bud fought better. So on the 40th fight, yeah, it's easy for that to happen because he already fought guys who were fighting better than him. You see what I'm saying? I get it. He never did it before, but the 39 guys that he fought before didn't fight as poorly as Spence did either. So it's easy to see how he could get dropped with a jab.
Marty, you a fighter. You was a fighter growing up, right, Marty?
Yo.
Yeah.
You know it's a
But
difference.
Spence
When you
was
switch
getting
out-
hit with
when you
that
switch
same jab
southpaw-
in the Mikey Garcia fight.
Band up. Hold on, bro. What you saying, YSM?
That's that snack coming out.
When you're when you in Southpaw, right? You're an orthodox fighter, and practically everybody in Philly can switch, right? A lot of times people grow up learning Southpaw and then switching to orthodox. You know the difference between your left hand jab and if you switch in Southpaw, your right hand, it's still your strong punch. So to me, that has no. It's like when he knocked down Kell Brook with the hybrid hook / jab. That's a strong hand.
Yes.
It's not really a jab, bro. It's his power hand. No matter if it's in the orthodox or the southpaw position, still his power hand.
Yes.
So it's safe to say that the reason why Earl Spence lost is because of things that happened on Terence Crawford's side and Earl Spence's side. That's what we've been saying for a moment. And also too, my brother, YSM Sports Media. I love my brother, but you did leave out a couple of things where you announced things that we knew of Earl Spence that we didn't know that he had a rib injury and we didn't know that he had cataracts. I remember the eye retina, but Earl Spence said something about the cataracts and also the rib injury. So we didn't know those two things. So you would have to add that to the list. But I didn't know those two things. Everything else you said, you're on point. I gotta agree with you.
I didn't know about that. I didn't know about the cataracts. You're right about that though.
And the rib injury.
Detail, you know you my guy. You know you my guy, Detail.
Did y'all just
All
see
right,
this?
enough with the hugs, kisses, and Valentine's Day cards.
Detail, that's
we
my
know
man.
that Terence Crawford went to the
my
stack
man.
program
Marty,
because he needed
Marty.
to enhance his performance.
Marty,
That's all I'm saying, y'all.
Did you just see this?
Marty,
I don't know
He
whether it's
needed
true.
to enhance his performance, y'all.
Marty.
Thank you.
Listen,
That's
Marty.
all I've been saying.
Did you just
I love my brothers, YSM in detail. Double salute to my guys. Huh?
Marty?
My phone messing up?
No, yeah, your phone was messing up. I said
I love my guys, YSM in detail. Salute. What y'all was saying?
Yeah. I just saw a blip come up on my screen that's from your buddy Blue that Terrence allegedly has said he has one fight before he retires.
It's from who?
It's from your buddy Blue.
Blue blood?
Blue blood?
Yeah.
Shouts out to
Man,
Blue,
he
but
can't
I
even
don't,
get
I don't
Terence
believe
Crawford
it.
on his platform. Man, he ain't nobody, man.
No, I
We
just
don't listen to this guy.
happened to see it come up. Announcement: Terrence Crawford.
Where is he in the chat? Is he here in the chat?
No. It came up on my screen. It probably wouldn't come up on the chat because I can't
Blue.
see the chat on when I switch over to the StreamYard.
Yeah, Blue, my guy, but I believe Crawford got a couple joints in him. I don't believe that. But Blue's definitely my guy.
And he with the
but
snack program.
One fight,
he
nah.
got about 5. Look, like YSM. He with the snack program. He got about 5 more fights left, like the 38-year-old Benavidez. These guys in their late 30s, all of a sudden they get real strong, Mr. Greg.
Yeah, Marty.
36, 37, 38. You know what I mean?
Realistically, I don't think he got but 2 fights left. But I understand you like him.
I don't think he got 5. I don't think he got 5 fights. Two is good enough for him, bro.
I think he got 2. But
yeah, 2 is good for him.
One. I would have loved to see the rematch of him to fight Charlo and be done. I think those were the 2 fights I thought he actually had.
Tell Spence to hire Memo.
I told him that on the last program. YSM,
that's what David Benavidez did.
Yes, I told YSM. I told Errol Spence, everybody that was up here, remember me last week. I said hire Memo Heredia so it can be a competitive fight like David Benavidez.
Fire with fire.
Yeah, David Benavidez fought Andre, and you see what happened. David Benavidez fought Caleb Plant, and you see what happened. Memo Heredia is 2-0 against the snack program. Errol Spence, if you're listening, I told you last week, and I'm going to tell you again, go call up Memo Heredia, and you go to him, and now you tell Crawford that it's time to get, because listen now, Memo Heredia, he advocates for USADA, and Victor Conte advocates for VADA. So both of y'all can get with those guys, get with the testing protocols. It's already loopholes in it. So go ahead and do what you're going to do, and then go ahead and fight each other. That's what I say, D-Town.
Well, I just hope they can make these darn fights because that's where the frustration is coming from everybody. We done did more fighting. We done more fighting and more rematches and more 3 fights and so forth on these platforms than they fought.
I know. What's up, Band Up? Band Up.
His phone froze.
Now when it's time for him to talk, the Boost Mobile.
What's up, man? Can I cook this cat? He was talking in the chat and he questioned me. Can I cook this cat?
Can you what? Let me get.
I gotta move to a better reception area.
Yo,
yeah, let me get this.
Band Up.
Band Up. Hold on, Band Up.
Trash, bro.
Let me get the. Why, yes,
Band Up. You look like you on VHS, yo.
Yo, let me get this super chat. My man, Aaron Muhammad, double salute. Thank you for your support and contribution to the channel. Always day one supporter. My guy, Aaron Muhammad, member of the channel as well. Manager Marty, the hypocrisy of this whole thing is every one of Crawford's fans have amnesia about Bud's camp accusing Spence of using PEDs. What happened? Now they are so offended. And he's
you talking about the nipples, right? You talking about
when did that happen?
Terence Crawford fans were saying the man's nipples was hard and he was juicing.
I remember that.
That's why Victor Conte kept going at Spence saying, did you do VADA? Did you do VADA? I'm going to sponsor you. I'm going to sponsor you. Now listen, somebody can say, man, Jamarty, you making this up. You making this up. But here's the thing on your screen. He said, hi, Errol Spence. Please check your DM and respond to the VADA 24/7, 365 sponsorship offer made of 100% of the annual fee. Terence Crawford has agreed to accept and participate. If you are also willing, please let me know. Either way, much respect, both of you. Thank you in advance. Those were the words of Victor Conte because he wanted to make sure that Errol Spence wasn't juicing. And Errol Spence came back with a tweet. It might not have been after that one directly, but it was a few down the line if it wasn't directly after that. And he said, I've been taking VADA since the Kell Brook fight. That's what Errol Spence said to defend himself. Because Terence Crawford fans was saying he was doing something.
So that nipple comment was directed at Earl, not at Bud.
Can you hear me now, Marty?
See, I didn't know that Bud's camp was accusing Earl of taking PEDs. I wasn't aware.
Well, I don't know if it was his camp, but I know it was his fans.
Oh,
his fans.
Okay, the crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if it was his
everybody's the fandom are fanatics on both sides of the equation in many ways. So, I mean, I didn't know that, but you know, as crazy as the fans are, and we all know that fans can go too far and have, it's quieted down a little bit though. We hearing a lot more intelligence over the last couple of months. I wonder whose show started that.
I'll raise my hand
At
to
first,
that.
we were seeing people threatening people's lives, and I'll pull up and I bring my crew, which and I'll be in the early days, they lost their mind. That's what made me think twice about when I told you I was going to try to do a site myself, and you were already doing it. I said, do I want to put up with young boys talking about we'll pull up? I got shooters, this, that, and the other. No, I'm not putting. And then I started seeing it. So I can't say it wasn't happening because I started seeing it. As a matter of fact, one podcaster who's another friend of yours, the authorities had to get involved because his life was threatened. Malachi. Somebody was calling in and threatening his life during the negotiation process of the Crawford Spence fight. They had just lost their minds out here.
Oh, I had no idea. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of that stupid stuff was going on, and that's why I said that. And that's you kind of settle in where some place where there's intelligence taking place, even though it can get heated. I get that, but
we got some. Well, the thing what you're saying, and I have to agree with you, Mr. Greg. People have changed their format. You got content creators. They never had a panel, and all of a sudden now they come out and they have a panel. You got some content creators. You had some content creators who didn't mind you threatening and cussing. Now all of a sudden they say they're the same ones that say you can't do this, you better not threaten, you can't curse, you can't do that. I know that they've been watching and they're still in my dance moves, but that's okay as long as the truth is prevailing. You see, I know that I start trends. I understand that, but as long as it's true, that's all that matters. You know what I mean? Hey, Lucky McKinnell's was up here. I didn't even know. Lucky, what's going on, my brother?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, Lucky.
Man, I'm good, bro. I had too many people. I forgot you was on here, bro. What's your take on everything? I'm sorry, bro. This is one of my day one supporters, man. My fault, Luck.
Hold on, can y'all hear me clear?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Lucky, what up?
Hey, what's up, man? I was just listening to y'all talk, getting everything in this. I was saying, Shahi was saying something earlier about well, you know what? I'm gonna go back to Mr. Greg. Mr. Greg was saying how the snack product works. Well, he hoped it worked the same way that it worked for Terence Crawford. And I got bad news. It don't. I spoke to someone from Tank Davis camp, one of his trainers. And this goes back to what Shahi was saying when he says Tank wanted snack out of boxing. But there's 3 fighters in his camp that's taking snack. And 2 of them guys, I can't give up no names, and I ain't gonna give up the trainer either. But 2 of those guys, they had said it does not work the way that they thought it was gonna work. But I can send Manager Marty a couple emails or pictures just to verify what I'm saying.
But they might not be getting what Bud Crawford said he was getting. They may not be getting what he getting. Every snack product got the same.
No. And I believe what you're saying. That goes along with what you're saying, Shahi. They're not getting the same thing. They're not getting the blood test. It's not the same thing. It's not the same.
Lucky, can I ask you a question?
What's up?
All right, so when you say there's multiple people, you don't have to give the names if you don't want. That's okay. You're saying that there's a couple of people that train at the gym, I guess, with Tank or whatever like that. They're taking the snack products?
Yeah, at the Upton gym. At the Upton
gym, right? Are they taking the snack products or are they on the snack program?
They're taking the snack products.
Okay.
They're not on the program like Terence Crawford.
All right, so what I'm saying is correct. Like I've been saying, the snack program works. I never said the products work because I don't know. You understand? I got to defer to YSM, Shaheed, Greg, and I think Bandup got it as well.
I am turned right now, bro.
Well, I can tell you, Lucky, the products that I take has been showing results for me.
Okay,
And
now
I can vouch for Greg. I can vouch for Greg is correct on that because I just had
So the
surgery 2
products,
weeks ago.
so the products might work because you all are ordinary guys. Y'all don't work out in the intensive environment like a boxing gym all the time, every day. We know that some of these substances and supplements all across the world have fillers in it. Of course, we know that to be a true thing. But at the same time, the products work as far as what y'all are dealing with. As far as what Lucky sound like he's saying is the products for the athletes that work in the, that like boxers that's in that gym every day, all day, it might not work for them. So that's why
Yeah, it
I
wasn't a
always,
big difference for them.
That could be
it
true.
wasn't a big
because
difference.
Now I don't. The guys in the gym are probably sparring. I'm shadow boxing, so I ain't nobody hitting me. So I can't nor necessarily say it's the same because you in the gym, you sparring and all that kind of stuff. I'm shadow boxing. I'm jumping rope now. I'm stretching and I'm doing not no big weights, but I'm using the barbells 10 pounds, 25 pounds. I'm sorry, 20 pounds. So that has worked well for me. And as I've seen the improvement once I changed from one vitamin supplement to the snack program. But these guys, I think sometimes people are looking for a magic pill as well. Now, not saying that they are, but a lot of times people are looking for a magic pill. I told you back in November when I first started, and how long I started seeing the results because I work out, 3 to 4 times per week. Now, I don't do the same thing as fighters do because ain't nobody fighting me and I'm not fighting nobody. So it really comes down to who you are, what you look at. Maybe you're not taking the thing that you really need, or maybe you have expectations that's beyond whatever it is that you're taking can accommodate you at. So you got to look at that. I went to Kaiser, full disclosure, before I bought snack program, and I did have my blood tested at Kaiser. So I had an idea of what I needed, and then I did some research before I bought. So you got to do your own due diligence. You got to do a few things. You can talk to some people too, and then they'll see what's going to work for them based on what their needs are. These guys, I think, sometimes are looking for something that's going to give them an edge that they don't have the gifts to have in the first place. So that's my take on that. I'm not saying that they wrong, but that's where am on that.
Did everybody watch the documentary?
Huh?
I was saying, did
Victor
everybody
say
watch
it
the
wasn't
documentary?
one size fit all? Cookie cutter?
Hold
Ain't
on,
that what he said?
hold on. YSM, what was you saying?
I said, did everybody watch the documentary?
I did.
I watched a little bit. I'm still trying to finish watching it.
So everybody know the difference between snack and the clear.
Yes.
Yeah.
And don't forget the cream.
Detail.
Oh yeah, my bad. The cream too. You're right.
You must got a whole bunch of things going on, Detail. You still ain't finished watching the documentary. Good Lord, you've been watching that documentary since last week.
Hey, Detail. I recommend that you finish watching the documentary, but I have 5 hours of content on Victor Conti, and it ain't no different. He's still talking the same way he did 20-something years ago with Balco. Ain't no difference. And he might have changed his life around.
I'm ready.
Yes, but band up. Oh, hold on, band up. Let me get Bruce Leroy. Bruce Leroy, I don't think I've ever seen you on the panel before. This might be your first time. Welcome. How you doing, my brother?
I'm good, man. Can y'all hear me?
Great name, by the way.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, that's a classic movie. Yeah, I can hear y'all. I can hear y'all good. I just wanted to make sure y'all can hear me. Okay. Hey man, just
floor
help
is
me
yours, my
understand
brother.
something now. Okay. I saw the live you did with Victor Conti, and so what he was saying was that he did give Bud performance enhancers, but it was nothing illegal. Is that what he was saying?
Yes, he's basically all right. So what Victor Conti was saying is that everything he's given all of the fighters are legal, and they are basically at the threshold or below the threshold levels of the testing. So basically, everything he's doing is legal, and it
But it
does
does enhance.
enhance their performances. Yes.
Okay. Okay. That's what I wanted to be clear about. So my question to the Bud fans is, y'all are okay with that?
As long as it's not illegal, as long as it's not PEDs, and as long as it's supposed to be nutritional supplements. That's what's going to always be the question. So
Yes.
until we know for sure, I mean, I'm okay with it because I believe that's what they were.
Exactly.
But I can't say 100% true because I asked the question of Victor, is he getting us the same thing that the fighter's getting? And he said there were other things. I don't know what the other things are, and he didn't answer it. So it's always going to be the question mark of whether what he's doing is proper. I would like to believe, based on what I'm doing and the supplements that I take from the snack program, that every one of us who needs nutritional supplements, and because these are supposed to be highly put together supplements, that they're going to be good for us from a health point of view. I wish that was 100% true for everybody, and be it an athlete or anyone else, an ordinary guy. But that's where the question mark is. And until we really know that, we're going to always be debating the snack program because it's a program. I did what I was supposed to do as an ordinary guy. I went to my own doctor, got blood and so forth, and did my reading, but I'm not over there in the training facility where there are other things, not just products, but also machinery to use. Plus, I'm not fighting nobody because I'm not a fighter. I'm too old to fight anybody. So you got to put all that in perspective as well. But yeah, I'm okay when it's not cheating. I don't care who I like. If you cheating, I can't like what you're doing. And
all right, let me get this super chat. Double salute. 2 Cents Boxing. She coming through in the super chat area. Thank you, 2 Cents Boxing, again for your support, your contribution, and your time. She said, thinking, snack, and working with Victor are 2 different things. Absolutely. And that's basically what I've been saying the entire time. The snack program works. I never said anything about the snack products work because I don't know. But I do know that if you're on the program, your performance will be enhanced. And that
you was the first person to take
fact.
the pack live, though.
Huh?
You was the first person to take the pack live. You the reason. You and Band Up's the reason why I'm on the pack, man.
I understand that, but listen, if you saw the documentary, which I know you did, Victor Conti, he said it the best. He said, branding is how I win.
Yo, Marty, can you hear me?
Hold on, Band Up. Hold on, brother. Branding is how I win. All I got to do is put the product out there, put the athletes out there, let the athletes promote the product, make the ordinary man believe that these are the products that the athletes are using to enhance their performance, make you believe that you're going to receive the same results. You purchase it, and like Mr. Greg said, there's other things that he gives to the fighters. He didn't mention what they are.
Marty,
and
I
he has the
understand that.
machinery and the
I'm
equipment.
saying you tried it first. You tried it first, right? You had the expert. Yeah, you tried it, right?
Oh,
and then I saw you called about 30 women. You know what I'm saying? You look turned. Like, bro, I am riled up right now, yo. And I want to apologize to anybody in the chat. I am, man, look.
Yeah, you talking about the sample packet. When I bought the shirt, it came with a sample packet of Expedite. I drunk a little bit of that in my juicy juice bottle, Shaheed.
Juicy
yes,
juice.
I remember that day, my brother.
If you remember, Art Marty, I
Yo,
asked
Marty,
you too, how was it working?
Oh yeah, I mean that little pre-workout stuff. Oh yeah, it works. What's up, Band Up? Band up.
Can I cook this cat, please? This cat been talking. He done called your boy out. I'm ready to cook.
Who are you talking about, bro?
You know, I'm from the C-Town, so I'm, you know what I mean? I'm talking in the D-Town. You dig?
But what you need to say to D-Town, bro?
Oh, Lord.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what you need to say to that
Apparently,
man?
when I got off live last time, D-Town had something to say to me. He had something to say to me, so I took it upon myself to do my research upon D-Town. And D-Town, brother. You said what? Can you hear me?
Hold on, Band. Yeah, hold on, Band up. Band up. Band up.
Yeah.
Band up. You killing me with the AOL.
Yeah, I'm here.
Band up. Hey, look, I'm about to go to Metro PCS right now, and I'm gonna see if I can get you a new phone, brother. We gotta get you one right now.
Before you try to cook somebody, get a better phone.
Man, you can't cook with a half. You got a half stove, and you trying to cook. You got a half stove.
Told him. Hey, look, I told the guy I got the iPhone Pro Max 15.
Hey, look, look. You know what it is? You know what it is?
Look like he on Betamax, yo.
You know, look at this.
I can't with this guy.
Hey,
he
D-Town.
gotta get his internet right, man.
Hey, D-Town. It's taking long for this fight as it is for you to watch the documentary.
Hey, yo, Band up got internet from Nextel, yo.
Oh, Lord.
Let me get this super chat while his Boost Mobile is working back up. Lifeline Music, double salute. Lifeline Music says, if Bud has only 2 fights left, I bet Boots will not be one of them. EJ should join Memo Heredia so the rematch can look like Mike Tyson Punch Out. Y'all remember that game? Mike Tyson Punch Out. Double salute to Lifeline Music. Yes, I believe it. Let Errol Spence go to Memo Heredia and let this be a very, very competitive fight. Now, Band Up is back. Oh, no, that wasn't Band Up. He's not back. That's actually Bruce Leroy.
Hey, Ben Supreme, I ain't letting them test shit. If I'm hot, I'm hot.
You all right, Mr. Gray?
Yeah. Aren't we supposed to have been talking about why Bud should be apologizing to Al Haymon?
I'm trying to get there because I got to get off in a minute. Let's get there now.
Yeah.
I want to play an excerpt. I think Band Up's wireless service needs the snack program. He's still not back yet. Yo, he's still not back yet, though.
Oh, man, I'm in tears.
Well, Band Up needs to change his name from Band Up to Bandwidth because he's going to need a little bit of extra. There you go. Is that him?
Hey, yo.
That's him. He's back.
Hey, Band Up's on hot spot, yo.
Oh, boy.
Hold on, let me see.
Band Up ain't getting no new phone, man. He not
yeah, he's about to be. Hold up. Okay, he's in the back. I'm trying to add him, but his service is not still there.
Hey, Bernard Hopkins got a better chance of catching Bill Haney in the bathroom.
Band Up going live on the sidekick.
Let me see if this him.
Oh, man.
That's
Band Up, are you there? Damn, this joint's still circling. This is a shame. This is sad, man.
Let it go for the day, man.
Band Up. Band Up. Band Up. He still can't hear me. He can't hear.
You can hear me?
Is that just a picture of him?
I can hear you guys the whole time.
No, that's him. Band Up. Hold on. I gotta get you. Hold on, I gotta make sure it's you. Band Up. Can you hear
What's
me?
up?
Why you run to the Wawa bathroom next
I didn't know you was here.
bro?
Ooh, shit. I didn't know you were here. My bad.
Wawa bathroom, bro.
Bro, I'm in the living room.
7-Eleven in Seattle, bro. You in the 7-Eleven bathroom. Bando, where you at, bro? Bando, where you at, bro?
You gotta stop making me laugh like
Bando. Yo, Bando. I'm gonna let you borrow my Wi-Fi, bro. Yo, put this code in real quick. You ready?
You hear me, Marty?
Yeah. I'm gonna give you my Wi-Fi code. It's stretched from Philly to Seattle. You ready for it? Type this in.
You hear me, Marty?
Yeah. Listen. SNACWORX.
Thank you.
Put that in the Wi-Fi code, bro.
Hey, Band Up, do you live in the woods, bro?
That
You
work.
live out in the suburban area, like backwoods?
Yo, I'm gonna have to connect with you a different time. I don't know what's going on with this connection.
Sorry, man. I'm sorry.
All right, Bando, we see you.
All right, dog. It's all good, bro.
Detail, you
Damn.
couldn't even rebuttal. Detail been waiting. He been waiting to get grounded up for 20 minutes.
This should have been the time when you was watching the documentary while we trying to get him on.
Facts, yo.
He called me out. He came in my comments on my video calling me out because I told him about himself in Manager Marty's last video. He kept saying that nobody ever talked about what was wrong with Earl Spence Jr. And I told him, you lying, because I made videos, Manager Marty made videos, a lot of us did. So don't say that nobody did. And then later he said, well, Manager Marty made one. So even if it's one video, that means somebody talked about it. So don't say that nobody never did. That's all I said to him. And he got in his feelings talking about he finna do some research on me. So I'm waiting until he gets.
Yo, hey, Detail. The guy 76 Mark, I gotta salute 76. 76 Mark, he said, Band Up is making an antenna out of aluminum foil and a coat hanger right now.
Oh my God.
What y'all know about that to get y'all TV working back in the day?
Yo, we can do a whole show just on Band Up Internet.
Like D-Town, he all in his feelings. That's what got his phone fizzling out. All the feelings that he in. That's why his phone fizzling out.
Damn,
come on,
bro.
Band Up. You gotta do better, little brother.
His signal is going into his body. He taking the signal into his body. He's taking it from his phone.
Yeah. All in his feelings.
Man, I wish I could help the brother.
Yeah.
I wish I could help him for real, because that's not right, y'all. Oh man! All right, listen, we gonna close the show out.
But you, like I said, don't get nobody a bat to beat over your head.
Yep. See, you can't see the thing. I think it would have been cool if he would have been cool all night, but you can't talk greasy like you try to cook somebody in your service. You can't.
Right.
Yo, he was about to drop a diss record. Hey,
bro. Hey,
yo,
his diss track starts getting.
Yo, exactly. Yo, Detail sitting there like, yo, so when you gonna get to the shit? Like,
damn.
Hey, as soon as he said something, it cut out on him just that quick. Come on, man.
Yeah, he's got to get it. Like I told him, I'll send him this extra phone because he got the Obama phone. You know the phones they give you, the Obama joint.
Oh man,
he got the Obama joint.
Oh man,
damn, Band Up.
We almost had
a good one.
He going live on a church, John, yo.
Nah, he don't. He got to know he done gave 2 cents a whole bunch of ammunition when she gonna get back at him.
Damn, he did that on the wrong show. He was better off going on somebody else's show to do that. Can't do that over here.
Yo, I know a couple rooms in the
show.
jail that got better phone service than that.
Are we gonna get to the question?
Yes.
Marty?
All right. I'm gonna play you a small excerpt of Terence Crawford IG Live. Let's hear what he had to say publicly about the great Al Haymon. I'll render my verdict of why I believe he owes him an apology, and I would love to hear everybody's on the panel, your evaluation as well. Here's Terence Crawford over a year ago, November 2nd, 2022, on Instagram Live. Don't take my words for it. Roll the tape.
Come on now. I never was offered a guarantee, not once. I never, you know what I mean, was given anything. But here, you want this fight? We gonna fuck you, and then, you know what I mean, you got what you want. But, you know, that's how much confidence and faith I have in myself. You know, I took it all. I took it all. I took the risk. You know, big risk, big reward. That's how I look at it. And I believe in my abilities, and I believe in myself. So I'm like, it's whatever. You know, Errol Spence, he can't say the same. He can't say the same. You know, he on audio. Saying Al Haymon gonna make sure he's good. He's in the best position to win this fight. Of course he is. He supposed to. You know, you got everything surrounding you to help you. You know, so people mad at me because Al told me if I don't take this fight, he's just gonna go and Errol Spence gonna make 8 million, eight figures. He's gonna make 8 figures without me. So basically, he telling me, well, you take this fighter or leave it, or you got nothing. Basically, because we've been dragging and dragging and dragging.
All right, we've heard enough. We heard Terence Crawford say on Instagram Live that Al Haymon, in essence, he didn't say his exact wording, but he said in essence what Al Haymon was telling him. You're going to take this amount that we're offering you because we don't offer guarantees to our superstars. And because of that, you're going to take this is how much you're going to get paid or likely to get paid, or in this neighborhood, which is millions of dollars. Terence Crawford said that Al Haymon tried to F him. In other words, is out of the deal, that he was trying to screw him out of the deal, which is why he was asking for transparency. And then, after it was all said and done, he basically didn't get a guarantee, according to how the exclusive contracts work when you, as a fighter, are exclusively signed to a promoter. He was able to get the back-end money and the revenue streams that was generated, and he actually came out on multiple podcasts after the fight, basically stating that it was something that he learned about the business of boxing that was different from him getting a guaranteed purse like he was getting when he was with Bob Arum. Now he's with Al Haymon, and he learned that that was a great deal for him because he wasn't just able to get money up front as far as the performances of the revenue, but he also was able to receive other revenues that was generated on the back end, something that he criticized Errol Spence for in the same IG Live when he talked about the quote-unquote hedge fund. My take is very simple. If you publicly say that Al Haymon tried to screw you over or F you out of a deal, only to come to find out that you signed the deal, which was not a guaranteed deal like you were used to with other promoters, but the best deal that was offered to you in the first place, you took it and you was able to get back in money, something that you would have never gotten if you were signed exclusively to a promoter such as Bob Arum. And now that you have experienced that and you came out on other podcasts after the fight acknowledging that you learned that part of the business, basically that Al Haymon was right. Why not come out and publicly say, since you denigrated and discredited Al Haymon, since you denigrated and discredited Errol Spence when it came to the deal and the payment structure, because Errol Spence told him when he talked about the hedge fund, what about the back end? You saying 25 million guaranteed the piece, but what about the back end? He scoffed at that. Terence Crawford scoffed at that. And he basically told us through IG Live, Errol Spence is not his own boss. Look at how he's talking. If you're going to publicly humiliate someone, publicly denigrate them, When you come out on the other side and you realize that Al Haymon was correct and you did generate money and you were able to receive the compensation of the revenues that you generated besides the guarantee, and I'm referring to the back end money, you should use that same platform, those same public methods that you use to denigrate and discredit Al Haymon. You should use those similar public methods to make it right with him, since you came out on the other side, and Al Haymon, who tried to help you when he was on the phone with you, he was right. And with that, I believe that integrity tells us as men that he should publicly, or he kind of should have been did it. I mean, but if you're going to talk about your experiences of learning more about the business side of it, which Al Haymon was trying to explain to you, and you didn't trust him at first, but you said that Al Haymon was trying to screw you, F you out of a deal. Now that you realize that wasn't true, use that same public format to make it right and make amends with the name of Al Haymon. Starting with you, Greg Quarterbomb, what is your take on that?
Go to me first. I kind of thought he did some of it, not all. He didn't mention Al's name. But when you hear him say what he said, and this was during the time when I said he didn't know what he was doing, listening to that now is kind of cringeworthy to me. Like, boy, will you shut up? That's what I was thinking in my head back then and now. But when he comes out and said that he was wrong, it would have behooved him at that time to have said, you know what, I did learn something different and I was wrong and how I thought Al Haymon did business. That's easy to do. It still can be done. So I'm sure they still getting some money. I'm sure money is still coming to them from that fight. I do believe he did by saying to EJ, this fight wouldn't have happened because of you. He did apologize. To me, that was a light apology, but it was something that he did publicly. But if you're saying that he should say directly, Mr. Haymon, Al Haymon, however he wants to address them, I learned from you how this game is. I've learned a lot about the business for you. Thank you. Yes, I know I was messy. Yes, I know what I was doing, but sometimes the lessons you learn are going to be painful. Something like that. I can still see him doing that. I would do that. If I came on a show and we trying to do business and I know I'm a novice and I know I'm trying to do what I'm trying to do because I'm by myself right now. And I don't have no promoter. I don't have anybody who can say, let me handle this for you at the time that this was going on, because you're talking to Al directly, which you shouldn't have been doing in the first place. I could see myself saying a couple of $1 million later that hasn't happened as a result of me still, in spite of my anger or my disappointment or my ignorance, I would say, in terms of how things work, still signing and then saying, oh, damn, Dern, I did get some money. I mean, man was right. I was wrong in how I was thinking about him. I can see him still doing that. Whether he deserves it, that's a question of, has he already done it privately? I don't know if he has. And maybe not. So I would say, does he deserve it? That's questionable. Should it have been done? Definitely. I would have definitely done that, whether he deserved it or not. So that's my feeling about it. He should do it. He may still do it because he still got a rematch. That ain't gone nowhere. Nobody says it's not going to be a rematch, and maybe at the rematch he can say that then. That would be a great time to say, this is my last fight. I've learned, however you want to word it, or somebody should word it for him, actually. But that's what I would do. So I'm going to say in all of this, yes, he should still do that. How he does it is another question, but he should still do it. And if he hasn't already, do it. Just say, hey, thank you, brother. I know we got some differences. We don't like everything, but thank you, because I wouldn't have got, I don't know how much money. I think it was 25 million, something like that. I'm not trying to count nobody's money, but What is clear, I wouldn't have this 25 had I not still signed with you. Period. I don't have to like you, but I wouldn't have this if I had a went on and try to do something on my own. You already told me straight up, hey, Spence gonna get his. What you gonna get? We want you, but we don't need you. And that's kind of what Al did say to me. It might have hurt his feelings, but it was true. We don't need you. We're going to get Spence. And if Earl Spence had not have insisted, I am not going to fight nobody else. I don't care what you say, Al Haymon. I want his belt. If Earl hadn't stood like that when he did, we all know, and Terence knew it too, that the fight wouldn't have happened because Earl could have said, okay, I'll go ahead and fight Keith Thurman.
Right.
You fought David Abenesia, and there was no place else for you to go. That stuff that he did with Golden Boy running around and here and there, that was a smoke screen. He knew I need to try to get a real bag, and the only real bag for me at this very moment was going to be with Earl Spence. So I'm going to have to swallow my pride, straighten up, square my shoulders up, go back over to this man, and as Shallow said, humble yourself.
Got you. Okay. Detail boxing, you there? All right, it's on you, Detail. What's your take on how Terence Crawford should publicly handle himself now that he came out on the other side and he learned that Al Haymon was right after he said what he said on IG Live?
Well, I mean, we know Terence Crawford like to be in the media. So since he like to be in the media, I think he need to go to the media and correct, what he said or what he need to do. Just be a man. Terence Crawford is a boxer, even that people like him or don't, but people look up to him. Same way with other fighters. But I mean, if he's gonna make an example for the young guys as being man and doing things the right way or whatever, then I think he need to go and show respect. Just say, hey, Al Haymon showed me some things. Salute to him. And like in my video I made, I say some people dislike other people because their friend dislike them, but they don't have a reason why they dislike them. That's like me. It was a guy that had started working with us, and my friend didn't like him for some reason. I don't know why. But since I was friends with my friend, I disliked the guy also. And then when I went to go work with that guy, we disliked it. Come to find out, he was all right. And I felt bad because I felt that way. I almost wanted to cry, tell you the truth. I ain't gonna lie, because I felt that bad. So the same way with Terence Crawford, he had that hate in him because of what the other people were saying, and maybe something that Bob Earl said or whatever the case might be. But then he went over there to the PBC and got more money than he got when he was with the other promoters. But you talk down on this guy. This man showed you. He even told you don't put a cap on yourself. Don't put a cap on yourself. And he tried to look out for you, even if you didn't like him or whatever. The man still tried to look out for you because it was business. And if he learned something from him, then do that. If you did, don't do it. But according to Terence Crawford, he didn't know these things. We know Bob Earl didn't teach him because he didn't want him to know. And that's the reason why most fighters go to the PBC. They have their own promotional company. They start learning these things. And that's the reason why Sean Porter and Danny Garcia, all these guys, they start doing good. And I'm happy that Terence Crawford left Bob Earl to go over there and to learn the game, whatever. So, by right, if he learns something from Al Haymon, then it's best to do is to go over there and just say, hey, what's up? I appreciate what you taught me. I'm on top of my game now. Salute. That's all I gotta say.
All right, you got it. Lucky McKinnell's, where we at with it? What's your take on everything?
I mean, he might don't have to issue an apology, but I would say, the same way, like, I don't know if y'all ever seen how Snoop Dogg speak on Master P. Snoop Dogg always say that he knew about how to make music, but he never really knew how to, he never knew about the business. And he was like, Master P taught him the business. And all the time, he always say, thank you to Master P. He said if it wasn't for Master P, he wouldn't be able to feed his family. Different things. He said Master P gave him his first car, taught him how to buy a car, taught him how to put a house in his name. There's so many things that he taught him. So he just give thanks.
And that's all Terence Crawford got to do is just give thanks. He didn't know it. Al taught him something. He just need to give thanks. And it need to be publicly.
All right, you got it. YSM, what's your take on it all, my brother?
All right, so let me be honest. Full disclosure, I'm biased when it comes to Al Haymon, right? I look at Al Haymon like I look at Huey Newton and Bobby Seale, just in business, right? He's a pioneer, and he should get celebrated, even though that's not what he's in this for. That's not what he does this for. But as far as Terence Crawford publicly denigrating Al Haymon as far as the negotiations, he should. And the reason being is because as Black men, we are often shortchanged in business. And I got to make sure I say this right? We are minimized, we are marginalized by the folks that don't look like us, and often by the folks that do. And you have to be double what a person of another ilk is when you're a Black man in business. And so if you say something defamatory, it's in public. Admit that you were wrong, and he kind of did, but he didn't throw the name on it. If you threw the name when it was a defamatory comment, say the name when it's congratulatory. I was wrong. Al Haymon was right. He showed me X, Y, Z.
Okay, got you. Shaheed, is it on you, Shaheed?
Yes, sir.
All right. You heard what Terence Crawford said in November of 2022 on his Instagram Live. You heard him accuse Al Haymon of trying to F him out of the deal because he was used to getting guaranteed contracts. Al Haymon was actually trying to school him, even though Al Haymon had no obligation to him. He still tried to help Terence Crawford out. Obviously, Crawford didn't understand and needed translation as far as what Al was trying to say about back end money and not worrying about the guarantee, because you'll get more money on the back end opposed to a guarantee, because you'll be able to benefit from other streams of revenue from this pay-per-view event. Crawford finally comes out after the fight. He realized that it was real. And that was his first time experiencing not being exclusively signed to a promoter where they offer guaranteed contracts and that's it. No extra, revenue on the back end. And he realized that, and he actually said it publicly that he learned it because he denigrated Al Haymon publicly. What's your take on it? Do you think that he owes Al Haymon at least an acknowledgement by saying his name and or apologizing to him since he said his name to denigrate him in the IG Live before the fight?
Of course, I think he owes Al Haymon, an apology for, for the way that he conducted himself, and saying, blaming Al Haymon and saying that he was basically getting F, in the negotiations, and coming to find out later that wasn't true. He also owe you, Manager Marty, as well, you know what I mean? Because he was watching your channel and went and did it, the same thing that you told him to go do. And it was the timing and when he did it. And when you said that he went, he owed not only Al Haymon, but he owed you a shout out, a quadruple salute, something. But as overall, as far as Al Haymon, definitely, you know what I mean? He need to go publicly and give him a shout out or something. If he don't want to give him an apology and his ego's too big, he might want to honor him for saying, thank you for giving me the opportunity I never experienced in my whole career that I got with you than just one fight. He got more in one fight with Al Haymon than he did with Bob Arum his whole career.
That's a mic drop.
Yeah, certainly.
Well, that is a mic drop. We have my cousin Isaiah up here. Zeke, I know you're up here for a different reason. If you have anything you want to say about the Crawford and the Al Haymon situation, I know you heard me give Shaheed the introduction because you just got up here. You can definitely render your your 2 cents, so to speak, on that, my brother, if you have it.
I think one of the reasons he was saying that was, he automatically looked at him as the opposition, as the young folks would say, different promoter. So he automatically assumed that he was trying to screw him over. Not only that, not knowing that whole time that Bob was screwing him over anyway. My take on it is, if you're going to do a public character assassination, then you need to do a public character restoration. You need to restore my name public. No different than when you disrespect somebody publicly. I expect the apology to be public as well. You can't apologize to me in public, because all they're going to remember is public disrespect. So, he was definitely out of line for that. And there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, I was schooled by this person. I learned something. And that can be something that he can take and forward over to, somebody that he knows. That could be information he can forward over to School Shakur, since he's so close to him. But he definitely needs to give Al props and give him props. If you're not going to give him an apology, at least give him props in a thorough manner. That's all I can say about that.
Hey Marty, now you see him in all like his videos, like at his parade, and then when you see him at the celebrity basketball game, who's right next to him? Sam Watson.
Yep.
What a difference a year makes, man.
What a difference a year makes. I told YSM in our first interview what Terence Crawford needed to do. Terence Crawford did exactly what I recommended that he needed to do, not only just to secure this fight with Errol Spence, but to secure the rematch, to get a second bag, and then obviously with a 3-fight deal, Charlo, because that's what I think I heard Crawford say on the Bill Bellamy podcast, that he actually wanted to fight Jamel Charlo as well. And so he did everything that I asked him to do. Shahid, that was the first time I heard anybody say that he should salute me, give me a shout out. I never even thought about that, but you're probably right about that. The thing about it is, with Al Haymon though, he definitely said Al Haymon's name, and if you're going to publicly shame somebody, when you learn something on the other side and see that they were right, like my cousin Isaiah said, and like YSM, everybody basically said, you do got to do the right thing. Even if you don't issue the apology, at least come out publicly and say, hey, he didn't screw me over. I thought he was the ops. And so naturally, like YSM said, naturally, I just assumed that because his best interest was in Errol Spence and not me, because Errol Spence was his client, which made a lot of sense. But at the same time, now that I came out on the other side, I got to give that man, at least, some credit for helping me understand the game. And from now on, moving forward, every time I fight, whether it be for 1 more, 2 more, 3 more fight, guess what happens? I'm going to get that back end money, and I'm not going the guaranteed route again.
Marty, I thought the back end money didn't exist.
I know. That's what some of my detractors have been saying on your channel.
That back end money don't exist. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, not to cut you off, I don't know if y'all remember Jason Weaver, the guy that played Simba for the Lion King.
Yeah.
They offered him a certain amount of money up front. I think it was like $250,000. He declined it and asked for a certain percentage, knowing that the movie was going to be a hit, and he's continuing to make money off that now. He's made millions of dollars off that movie versus taking the guaranteed $250. He took the back end.
Yeah, it was his mom.
It was his mother.
Hey, somebody in the family did it right.
Somebody
just to give a proper example.
Yeah. She was thinking way ahead. She said, hold on, son. But you know what happened in that too? The son was wise enough to say, let me talk to somebody who cares about me about this deal before I sign anything. That's the key. You got to have somebody in your corner that you respect and you trust who's going to advise you, or you go off half-cocked. Like I said, don't know what you're doing. Start insulting people, saying stuff you shouldn't be saying. And later on, you got like, oh, Lord, I done opened my mouth and I done this. Now I'm in a position where I got to eat my words.
Hey, you know what? You can also say you're getting 10 million and then end up with probably about 5. That could also happen.
Yeah, you can. I mean,
that's the risk you run, though.
It's always possible that you can still have the money coming, but somebody else get it from you.
As far as the line
in your camp that does it. Look what happened to Whitney Houston and her father.
Mm-hmm.
But Marty, it showed them that you was a better manager than than Al Haymon, or excuse me, than Bob Arum for Bud Crawford, because the advice that you gave him, he got that in a matter of a couple months to go get the deal done. You gave better advice to Bud Crawford and not even being in his corner than Bob Arum did.
Well, you got to remember, Bob. That's not Bob's job. I ain't gonna call promoters predators, but their job's to put on fights. Their job isn't to help fighters. Marty's job is specifically for the fighter and to Marty, you do management and advisement, right?
Well, nowadays I just advise. I need the money up front. I'm manager Marty now. No more taking percentages from the purse. I need some of the front end money, my brother.
You need the guarantee money now.
I need the guarantee money.
Well,
Absolutely.
Victor Conte tried to give you that bread. He said that. Remember in the chat, he was saying that in the chat, he was trying to give you that money. Remember when he said that? Victor Conte said that himself. Well, he was trying to do that business venture with you.
Yeah, but Victor Conte didn't do good business with me because I'm not supposed to learn in the chat with the percentages. You're supposed to email me, and as businessmen, we exchange banking information and do the deal the right way. And Victor Conte watched my content long enough to know that I'm only interested in doing good business. So I don't want to learn in a live chat and a broadcast what my percentage is going to be, how I'm going to get paid, and this, that, and the third. We're supposed to connect off of the air months ago. You know what I mean? You send me an email, I send you the bank information, we sign documentation, and let's do this the right way as good businessmen. So now what you're doing, because you didn't do that the right way, you're going to make money off of the promo code you created, but you're not going to give me the money. Now we can handle this two ways. You know what I mean? I can just go ahead and move on and say, I see what type of businessman you are. You one of the poppy store guys that own the poppy store in the corner that sell the snacks, the food, and the household products, but in the back door you're selling weed, coke, and pills. I can look at you and say, "Oh, that's the kind of businessman you are." Or I can, I can take it another way. You know what I mean?
That's East Coast shit, Marty. They don't know
that
nothing
East
about
Coast
that.
thing. You know what I mean? But I choose to do the former. Just go ahead and let it go because it's all good. Because here's the great thing about it: Victor Conte respects me. And I want to leave everybody with this before I let my cousin give y'all some information. I got to take my glasses off for this because this is even more important. Now that I got 2 interviews in the promo code, Shaheed and YSM, I out-hustled the hustler with his own hustle.
You did. What was the percentage?
I out-hustled the hustler with his own hustle.
You did. What was the percentage he was saying he was trying to give you? What was that percentage? Do you remember?
Yeah, from what, the promo code?
Yeah, what he was trying to say, he was trying to give you off of that.
25% of the gross sales for the months that everybody used the promo code and got 25% off for the discount.
But he said that he said that his sales had went up because of you. Remember when he said that as well? He
right.
said,
that before he issued the promo code. So technically, as a good businessman, you were supposed to send me a check, a direct check first. Then we go get with the promo. You know what I mean? But guess what? He said the same thing to Tank Davis on Twitter. Remember?
Oh, he did.
My sales went up. So here go Tank 25 for your fans. So I jumped on him and said, "Why you gonna give it to Tank? You know Tank don't like you. I've been promoting your brand for almost 5 months. You ought to send me the promo code." You see? But the great thing about it is, I said the snack program works. Got his attention. He didn't want to comment and look at nothing. But when I tied Snack Divider, now he commented. Then I said, now I'm gonna take it a step further and keep talking about. Send me the check. Send me a promo code. Send me a check. Send me a promo code. I'm wearing his apparel. I'm drinking the Expedite. All of the people that's on the panel right now has bought the product. And guess what? I got 5 hours of content, 2 different interviews in a 1-week span, and we got the information we needed to unlock the code that I've been telling y'all for months, and people been discrediting me month after month after month, and I use Victor Conte to tell us all the truth from an expert that the snack program works and the testing is flawed, and we don't know who's cheating and we don't know who's not.
Well, if
sounds
he's
like
not
I
giving
out-hustled the hustler with his own hustle, Isaiah Butler.
If he's not giving you the 25% commission, if you will, for having the promo code. See, I'm going to be reordering soon, but if you ain't getting the piece that you should be getting, the discount code that he gave you is a waste of time.
Absolutely. You
Hey,
better
Mr.
believe
Greg,
As far as
it.
I'm
Mr. Greg,
concerned,
you want your money back?
yeah.
You
If
should
my
though, man.
man if my man ain't getting his, the only reason why I started the snack program or the snack products, I should say,
Oh,
is
yes.
because we've
Make the
been talking
correction,
about it.
sir. Make the
And
correction, Mr.
yeah,
Greg.
I'm correcting it. And I saw Marty drink because I asked Marty how was it working. So I said, let me dive into it. Now that all this is taking place, it's only fair from my perspective because every dime that I've made in the last 30 years has been commission money. I don't even know what a salary is. However, Marty put work in. It's only fair if I'm on his show like that I try to do something to give back. So if I'm going to use his promo code, I want to know that he's getting something, from that. But from what he just said, Victor ain't sending him nothing.
Hey, Marty,
Yeah,
that could have been a Freudian slip, though, by Mr. Greg. When the last time you've been out to Cali, Mr. Greg? You might be on a program, man. He rocking with Bud.
No, I realize I shouldn't say the snack program because it seems to be different. So
I don't know. I don't know,
I
man.
said
We got
seems to be.
we got to check
Marty,
out
if
medicine
you give me
cabinets
nothing,
for some
I ain't gonna
cream,
order no
man.
more.
He might got that
If I
cream.
ain't gonna give you, I ain't gonna order no more.
Yeah.
'Cause I was gonna do it on account of Greg. Greg is the reason why, because we both had surgery, and Greg gave me the information and the knowledge for the recovery. You know what I mean? And the sleep. When I took the product, I finally got some rest after 2 weeks. Once I took the knowledge that Greg had gave me on our recovery as far as surgery. If he ain't gonna give you no cut, I ain't gonna order nothing from that dude no more.
Yeah, that ain't fair because no, it's not
right.
It's not fair. Reason why it's not fair is because you treated him fairly. Because he could have came up and then you could have let us come on and got at him. You didn't do that to him. Neither time. Right? So he understood that there was people who, wanted some information and was buying a product. The gracious thing to do was to say, you know what? Because of that, let me do this for you in appreciation for you. Let me come on and explain myself, blah, 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 blah. And he hasn't done that. And it's disappointing to hear that because I thought when you had the promo code that it was actually going to benefit you. And from what you just said, it
not at all. I do believe, and Two Cents Boxing said she thought I had the deal, Marty. Yeah, I know. I do believe that the promo code is active. To my understanding, people told me that it is active. Like if you go on the cart and just put in Marty 25, I heard that it really is going to give you 25% off. Like that's an active promo code in real life.
Right. Well, Victor,
He only can't put that heat on him. You put that heat on him, and that goes to show you he showed his true colors. Yeah. Like if he really wanted to do business, like you said, hit you in the email and whatnot. Like, bro, you came here because the heat. You pulled the veil off the dude. If you really wanted to do business, he should have been in your email. What was the percentage? He said his sales went up, 40%? 40.
I don't know what his sales went up. I'm not sure what his sales went up, but he did say 25% was the gross. That's what he said in the chat here live. I can pull it up in the other videos.
Shaheed, Marty, Greg, I actually disagree, right? And the reason why I disagree, and Marty and I both know the numbers, right? The numbers that he pays fighters for sponsorship deals. You are bringing more viewership, let's quotation marks, viewership and traction to his website than any fighter currently that he has on roster, right?
That's true.
So there's been about, I'm going to say, between 10 to 20 YouTube videos that were based off of your content with just Victor. And then I'm going to say probably another 10 to 20 based off of just your content about Snack. So, and I don't want to speak for Marty, but my man don't want necessarily a percentage deal, like a promo code percentage deal. Treat him like Demetrius Andre. Treat him like Devin Haney, because that's what he's bringing. Give him the monthly sponsorship with the perks.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I ain't mad about that either.
Yeah, that's a good idea as well. Yeah.
He ain't doing none of that.
If not, I ain't gonna order no more. I'm
If
not, Marty. I'm gonna tell you that now. I hope you take advantage of that. If not, I ain't ordering them. I need it because I'm gonna be down for 90 days.
I'm about to say, Shahi, you ain't gonna get no sleep.
I don't want that to happen to you, Shaheed.
I'm just
Did you
saying, if
get
you gotta
enough
wear
for
the
90
snack shirt,
days? Did you
it
get
is
enough
what
for
it
at
is.
least 90 days, Shaheed?
Dude, I ain't ordered
Yeah,
yet, and I ain't gonna order.
90
Yeah,
days.
I ordered quite a bit because I wanted to have a real length of time so I could be 100% certain. So I do have enough. But the point is, if he's listening to us, just like we can order, as we have, we can suggest that our brother isn't being treated with any kind of respect, so we can stop ordering.
Hey,
And
Mr.
just like
Greg, you
people
being too
listen
nice,
to
Mr.
you,
Greg.
huh?
You being too nice, Mr. Greg.
I
Hey,
know.
Victor, where that
I'm,
bread at, man?
Well, we got hey Lucky. We got to understand this
yeah.
is just YouTube. I think
Yes.
my
Whoa.
YSM learned me, but my cousin is right there at the bottom of your screen. He knows me extremely well, and I'm glad it's just YouTube. Because
Yes.
if anybody owes me money, brother, I just want to let you know that I just pray for him. Yeah.
You supposed to go
Pray
collect.
for him, brother. You got to pray for people.
You
You
send your
understand?
retainers.
Yeah,
Huh?
most definitely.
I say you send your retainers to pick up your package
Yeah.
or
When
your
I say
envelope.
pray, everybody knows my faith. This is no secret. But when I
Marty,
say pray, I'm talking about PREY. Because I'm going PRAY every day. That ain't going to
oh my
stop.
God.
But all I'm saying, sometimes you got to pray for certain people and lay holy hands. You got to lay the holy hands on certain people. You know what I mean? But it's YouTube.
Hey,
You
Marty,
got
do
to
you
lay
have
the holy
millions of
hands.
views?
Bet you got to. Sometimes, some people got to get. You know what I mean? Hey, I'm
Marty,
just
Marty,
saying, brother. But
do you
it's
have
just
millions of views?
YouTube.
Do you have
Huh?
millions of views, Marty? Do you have millions of views?
Yes, I got about. We at 1.2, about 1.2 million now worldwide.
Okay, so you have a million views, right? You
Yeah,
expect to be paid just like NBC, ABC,
yeah.
right? They get millions of views, you get millions of views, right? So you don't have to be paid as much as them, but you got to be treated as such. I'm just saying that all that manager Marty commercial time, hey, that costs.
Yeah, it does.
You see
Absolutely.
DC Jeroy.
Yeah, I'm about to get DC Jeroy. Double salute to my guy, DC Jeroy. DC, thank you for your support and your contribution to the channel. As always, my brother, Brother Marty. Vic already ordered the code red, my brother. He's not going to come off of those coins now. He's
Oh, red.
referring to the a few good men analogy because I made the analogy at first, and then DC Jeroy came out with a great joke. He said, "Ask him, did you order the code red?" And we all bust out laughing. It just so happened that Victor Conti actually came up here, and I did ask him about the code red, and that's where DC Jeroy is referring to. And it's all good, DC Jeroy. Before we go, I got my cousin up here. Zeke, you still here?
Yo,
All right, I wanted to clarify something so that the audience will know. I know some of the audience had dropped off, but this the audience that's still here before we close out real quick. Most people don't know my history. They don't know how long I've been studying anti-doping and doping in boxing. Way before I became a manager or anything like that, I've been doing this for a long time. This is probably why I have to give credit to that because I knew the questions to ask Victor. Now, I didn't know before he came up here what questions I was going to ask him. All of that was not rehearsed. That was just off of the fly. But most of that came from my studying for many, many years, 13, 14 years. I've been tracking this whole anti-doping and doping movement, with Alex Ariza. Obviously, he's with Pacquiao and Memo Heredia. We know he was with a couple of fighters, including Juan Manuel Marquez, and of course, way before them, Victor Conti. So I wanted to give context because, YSM Sports made a great point. He said a lot of Spence fans or a lot of people that chose Spence to win, they didn't mention anything about the snack program, prior to the fight. So I asked my cousin to come up. I was actually going to call him on speakerphone, but I'm glad he's here to kind of, clarify that for me because he knows me. He's my family. He's been around me. He knows how long I've been doing this when it comes to doping and anti-doping, and seeing and noticing when a fighter's performance is enhanced. Now, whether it's illegal or legal, I'm not an expert with that. I don't know, but I do know when the fighter's performance is enhanced, whether it's legal or illegal, I don't know. But Z, can you give context to how long I've been doing this and give the audience some context so that they will understand that this is how it all sparked up with me talking about the snack program and waiting for Crawford to get his third fight in so I can really finally bring it up.
Well, I'm gonna go back as far as probably 15 years. I think you accused Manny Pacquiao of steroid use before Paulie Malignaggi did.
I did.
You've been on it that long. One of the things
privately,
you pointed out.
You got to say privately.
Yeah, privately, but
yes.
I mean amongst us. But one of the things I think you pointed out that made a lot of sense when Ariza went from Pacquiao camp to, I think he was fighting, I want to say
Brandon Rios.
Rios.
Yeah.
All of a sudden now that the same guy that was in your corner is training with another guy, you're accusing the guy you're fighting of being on steroids. And what happens? He tested positive.
Yes, he did.
But in order for you to know that guy was dirty, he was in your corner. So you were pointing out a lot of things that eventually made sense, pointing out the acne on Pacquiao's back, the swelling of the head. You were always comparing the same swelling of his head to Barry Bonds.
Yep.
So you pointed out, you've been pointing some of this stuff out for years.
Yep.
You were actually one of the people who even pointed out the fact that, how's Pacquiao scared of needles, but he has tattoos.
I remember that.
Yeah, and I have tattoos. Tattoos are way more painful than getting needles, for sure. So, you've been pointing out all the timeline for a long time. Speculation. That's one of the reasons why I gave you the nickname, the King of Controversy.
Yep.
Been going on for a long time. So, like I said, it goes way back. You've been pointing out the fights where Pacquiao's look lackadaisical because he had to take a test. I think
Isaiah, real fast. Did Juan Manuel Marquez hire Memo?
Yes.
I'm trying to remember.
Yes.
I think he may have.
did.
I think that was the fight where he knocked Pacquiao out, I want to say.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, I'm back out. Fight fire with fire.
Hey, listen. Hey, guess what? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That's what I keep telling the people. Let
He
Errol
like
Spence go over there with him.
Fight fire with fire.
And I got to say this because this is important to piggyback off of what my cousin is saying. He's referring to Alex Ariza. When Alex Ariza left the Pacquiao camp, when he had that fight with Freddie Roach, he went over to Brandon Rios' camp, and then Pacquiao and Freddie Roach was saying, no, now we want Brandon Rios to take a test. He wound up taking the test with Alex Ariza and Pop Dirty. That's what my cousin was talking about when he said, that's what he was talking about, Alex Ariza. Let me be clear with Memo. Memo Heredia jumped into the camp of Marquez in their third fight. With Pacquiao. Because the first fight was a draw. The second fight was split. They gave it to Pacquiao. The third fight, which Marquez should have won, but they gave it to, Pacquiao again. And I believe, and my cousin man, his brother, he can attest to this. I believe in that next fight, they beefed him up a little bit because they said, we need a knockout to beat him. If we don't knock him out, we ain't going to beat Pacquiao. And sure enough, he knocked him out cold. But before he did that, though, he fought the baby bull, Juan Diaz. And they first fight where he knocked him out with the uppercut. Now, I got to say this, and I promise I'm going to let everybody go because we're 4.5 hours in. I knew Pacquiao's performance was enhanced. I'm going to give y'all the first fight. When he fought David Diaz, he knocked David Diaz out flat on his face. He fell forward flat on his face. And when David Diaz did that, I said, his performance, Pacquiao's performance, because that was the fight where Larry Merchant and Jim Lantley was on the headset saying, oh man, if Pacquiao don't do nothing in this fight, he's gonna have to retire. He's older, he looked like he's done. And he had a resurgence of his career. So that was the first fight that I noticed.
Had him looking like a punch-out character.
David Diaz. Y'all go back on YouTube. I don't even know if it's still on YouTube. And when I talked about Sugar Shane, you remember this, cuz? When I talked about Sugar Shane, I said Canelo Alvarez landed over 350 punches. Landed, not thrown. Landed over 350 punches on Sugar Shane Mosley in that fight on the undercard of that Mayweather thing. He could not knock Sugar Shane Mosley down for nothing. And he was a young, strong Canelo. And guess what? When a year later, when Sugar Shane went in there with Pacquiao, he knocked him down 3rd round. And Sugar Shane's face was like, damn, what did he hit me? What did he hit me with? See, these are fights that my cousin is talking about. I've been talking about this for a long time.
But when he fought Broner, didn't Broner have him take the test due to Mayweather's advice? If I remember
he made
correctly.
him take the test, and you see how he looked in that Broner fight.
He only looked impressive because Broner didn't throw enough punches. Otherwise, to me, he never visibly really hurt Broner. And the few times Broner did counter and land, Pacquiao seemed a little skeptical to jump back on him until he went back into his shell again. Then he turned around, didn't get tested for Thurman, and all of a sudden, here comes Pacquiao.
The next fight was against Keith Thurman and his 3-fight deal with Al Haymon and PBC. Keith Thurman comes out publicly and say, man, I don't need no test. I ain't scared of that. We don't got to do no vital testing, USADA testing, or nothing. And guess what? They didn't. And you seen how Pacquiao ran right through. You see how he ran right through Thurman. See, I've been talking about this for a long time. So, I wanted my cousin to come up because, I thought he was going to answer the phone. But basically I just wanted to give the boxing community and the fan base, the context that I've been talking about this for a while. I didn't have a YouTube channel, of course, but privately I was talking about this. And I've been watching performances be enhanced for a long time in this sport. So with that being said, when I saw Crawford run through Spence like that, I knew what I saw. I was there. I was right there at the MGM. I was there. I know what I saw at the T-Mobile Arena. I know what I saw. And I know people can say, well, you don't know if it's legal or illegal. You're right. But the thing is, I know for a fact that performance was definitely enhanced. Like I'm going on record saying that Devin Haney's performance in his last 3 fights were enhanced, specifically against Regis. I'm just telling y'all, I know what I see. Whether it's legal or illegal, I can't speak on it because I'm not an expert. But I know for a fact, I know when a fighter's performance is enhanced.
What about with Ugas? When Pacquiao fought Ugas, was there a test then? Because Ugas he tore him out the frame.
I think there was a test there. I'm not sure, but I can go find out. Remember, PBC don't let their fighters get announced when they're enrolled. But I know that Keith Thurman said, I'm good. I don't need no test. And they ain't get one.
Well, I want to point something out. It's just speculation. I kind of noticed when Errol fought Cal Brook, Errol looked a little extra strong too. Because Cal Brook was already the bigger man. I don't know if they did any testing for that fight because he collected his eye.
They did do testing for that fight. And also remember 8 months ago, Cal Brook moved all the way up to fight Triple G. That's why I always tell fighters, when you move up for that big payday and try to come back down and defend your title like Cal Brook did, your body's not going to be the same. We've seen Roy Jones do it. And this is what I'm saying about Crawford, trying to go all the way up to 68 and come back down to 47. That's not good. I'll say the same thing with Charlo. You going up there to fight Canelo, then you still got a title. You trying to come back down to 54 to defend your title. Your body's not going to be the same coming back down once you go up like that. We've seen this happen with Antonio Tarver. When he went up for that movie, the Rocky movie, before he fought Bernard. He had to come drop. He was 200-something pounds. He had to drop all that weight to come back down to 175. And you seen what happened to him. Not saying that Bernard couldn't beat him, but I'm just saying his body wasn't the same. And that's what happens when you go and fluctuating in weight. And that's why PEDs is important to some fighters that's up and down in weight, fighting bigger guys, because you're going to stand toe to toe with them.
Well, remember Amir Khan went up in weight to fight Canelo.
He went up there before Canelo got knocked out and tried to come back down. These things happen. That's my take on everything. Man, we had a great show, 4.5 hours in. Thanks for coming up again, cuz. I appreciate you, man. Salute to everybody that gave contributions today through the super chat. Thank y'all. I want to let y'all know this, and this is not to feel sorry for me. This is not to feel like you're under pressure or obligated to do anything moving forward. Your contributions are sufficient. But I want to let you know, I noticed in the last couple of 2 weeks in a row, and YSM, he left. He's not here. Detail Boxing can vouch for me and YSM. The last 2 weeks, you know, I'm going to keep it 100 since I had Victor up here. I'm not blaming Victor Conti or nothing. I'm just saying last 2 weeks, every day I jump off live, they want to limit the monetization and limit how much they're going to spread my videos out. I noticed that. But, you know, I don't complain. But at the end of the day, I'm going to still keep speaking truth. If they want to just only give me 300 views, so what? We're going to keep on talking about the sport and the business of boxing, and the truth will prevail. And it is what it don't matter who we talk about. We're going to keep doing the same thing we've been doing. It's not about money. We're going to keep on pressing and just letting the truth hang out. It is what's going to be. All right, so that's my take. Usually I give everybody 30 seconds, but it's 9 o'clock on the East Coast time. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna dismiss everybody at the same time. Come back here live in living color, 4:30 p.m. Eastern. We got some more business to talk about and some more boxing. Thank you to everybody that came out. Thank you to everybody that came on the panel, even the ones that left. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate y'all. Salute. I'm gonna have to just back out the same way I backed in the parking spot. And I'm talking about with one of the hottest intros on YouTube, Shaheed, Mr. Greg, Lucky, and my cousin Zay. Thank y'all for coming through, support and salute. Roll tape.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Manager Marty.
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Manager Marty.
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you.